Most important.
Dear colleagues, we have been waiting for the past 5 minutes for you to please take your seats. We have to begin. Dear colleagues, namaste. I hope you all had a wonderful, enjoyable evening last night. You enjoyed the cultural event, the wonderful cuisine, the ambience of the Purana Killa, the old fort, and we are very grateful to His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, for having hosted us. Dear colleagues, before we resume our session, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the 5th meeting of the Bureau. The Bureau recommends to the plenary that General Item 8 related to the nomination process be only the general discussion on document 45.com/8, which will remain open until 29th July for the adoption of the draft decision. This does not concern the examination of the individual nomination files under Item 8B, which will start this morning as scheduled. The committee will then continue with the examination of Item 8A on tentative lists. Regarding Item 8B on nominations that will follow, please note that considering the withdrawals received, we have 27 nominations to examine between today and Monday morning, as well as 13 minor boundary modification proposals. I hope we will strictly apply the foreseen schedule. As you know, we have received a nomination dossier to examine on an emergency basis. For this specific case, the Bureau recommends that after hearing the presentation by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, the floor will be given to the author to present the amendment submitted and circulated to you a few days ago, which has garnered large support. Once the draft decision is adopted and if the site is inscribed, I will then give the floor to the state party concerned for a statement up to 4 minutes on its nomination. I will subsequently grant the floor to committee members only. To this extent, I will ask for the cooperation of all. Furthermore, the Bureau heard from the State Party of Japan that an agreement has been reached on its nomination with the State Party of the Republic of Korea. In this regard, and considering the nature of this nomination, the Bureau agreed to grant up to 4 minutes each to the state parties for their statements, which means up to 4 minutes to Japan to make its statement and up to 4 minutes to the Republic of Korea to make their statements. The Bureau agreed that this should not set a precedent for future nominations. Thank you. Please also be informed that for some of the nominations of cultural sites recommended for inscription, the presentation by ECOMOS will be delivered through pre-recorded videos. I also wish to remind you that as announced yesterday, the Secretariat has uploaded on the session's webpage a provisional daily timetable concerning nominations. Last but not the least, the Bureau also heard a report from Ms. Chiara Franco, Chairperson of the Working Group on the Budget, on the advancement of work of the group, which held its first meeting yesterday. The group will meet again today from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the Bureau meeting room. Thank you very much. We will now start with our agenda item 8, devoted to the nomination process and to the draft decision 46.8. I invite Mr. Alessandro Balsamo, head of the nominations unit of the World Heritage Center, to briefly present document 46.com/8. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Document 8 presents overall topics concerning the nomination process for inscription on the World Heritage List. And this year is divided in 4 main topics. The first part concerns the relationship between the preliminary assessment and the upstream process for a specific site. Both mechanisms, despite different modi operandi, imply guidance at an early stage and capacity building of state parties in developing high-quality nominations and establishing the feasibility of a potential nomination. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary redundancy in the nomination process, it is proposed that the nomination of sites that have been subjected to an upstream process on a specific site be exempted from the preliminary assessment. In order to align the two processes, the upstream process report for a specific site will be relevant for up to 5 years. The draft decision presents the proposed changes to the operational guidelines that are necessary to take this exception into account. Part 2 of the document presents the preliminary assessment request received by 15 September 2023, and this was the first deadline of submission of requests since the inclusion of the new procedure in the operational guidelines, and was only on a fully voluntary basis. A total of 14 requests coming from all 5 regions were received, including from state parties that not submitted nomination for a long time, and all 14 requests were considered complete. The list of the preliminary assessment requests received along with their state of completeness is presented in Annex 1 of Document 8. The preliminary assessment reports prepared by the advisory bodies will be transmitted to the concerned state parties on 1 October 2024. Each report will include an indication of whether the site may have potential to justify outstanding universal value. If so, specific guidance and advice will be provided in the form of recommendation to assist the state parties in the development of the related nomination dossier. The third part concerns maps showing the location of the nominated property within the state party, as currently required in Section 1E2 of the nomination format. In order to simplify and avoid the potential issue of bilateral concern, it is proposed to remove this requirement from the nomination format, with the exception of some specific cases, such as serial nominations, and with specific guidance which may be provided by the Secretariat. The draft decision also presents the proposed amendments to the operational guidelines to take into account this change. Part 4 of the document 8 deals with 2 nominations that are in the pipeline but were not evaluated either due to the COVID-19 pandemic or security reasons. The 2 nominations are Lake Chad Cultural Landscape by Cameroon, Chad, Niger, and Nigeria, submitted in 2020, and Mount Kumgyong, Diamond Mountain from the Sea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, submitted in 2021. Should the health or the security situation allow their evaluation, this nomination will be presented for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session without impinging on national and overall quota of nomination to be examined. Their evaluation process will be undertaken in accordance with the timeframe foreseen in paragraph 168 of the operational guidelines. And as the item 8 is open until all the sub-points of this item are closed, we will only deal with the draft decision then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for your presentation. And dear colleagues, I would like to inform you that this item will remain open to take into account the debates and our comments held under agenda items 8A, B, C, D, and E. The draft decision 46-8 will be adopted on Monday, 29th July, once we have completed the examination of items 8A to 8E. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor, and a very good morning to all the delegates present here in this hall. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for this presentation that they have just given. Mr. Chair, I think I'd like to first make my remarks with respect to the proposed amendment to the Para 121 of the operational guidelines. We're struggling to understand what exactly are we trying to achieve. We have been time and again articulated our position before the committee and the Secretariat that time has come for a serious reflection on the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. Mr. Chair, just to put things in perspective, I'm inclined to delve into the world of statistics. If we examine the history of the operational guidelines, we find that the operational guidelines have been revised 28 times since 1977. The paras have been increased from 28 to 290, and even those have sub-paras and sub-paras. Earlier, there was no limit to submitting nomination, and then a limit was imposed to 1 a year in 2000, then it turned to 2 a year in 2004, and then in 2018 it was decided due to some extraordinary circumstances to reduce it to further to 1 a year. And despite the fact that it was supposed to be reviewed in 2023, it was not, and we are still continuing with that figure. Then, Mr. Chair, we adopted the preliminary assessment in 2022 during 44 COM and have made it mandatory from 2027 onwards without working out the financial burden it puts on the states parties as well as advisory bodies. And now this amendment that is being proposed, wherein the preliminary assessment and upstream process are being in a way interlinked as an either-or condition, and we are yet not aware of the cost implications or the burden it will further put on the advisory bodies as well as the states parties. Effectively, therefore, what I'm trying to say is that it is another attempt to revise this para in haste. I'm talking about para 121. Perhaps it is not going to solve problems but create more issues because it doesn't consider the implications on the majority of states parties who are still struggling to get their first site inscribed because of lack of capacity of resource, and we are putting even more burden on them. Mr. Chair, we have the open-ended working group that is still debating and discussing the reflections on the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, and that discussion is yet inconclusive. The preliminary assessment or upstream process as a precursor to the final nomination should first be discussed in that open-ended working group so that its technical and financial nuances are fully understood by all states parties. India feel that we should wait for the outcome of that report, which will be presented during the 47 COM, and then we take this issue forward. And another point which I think I'd like to ask the Secretariat for, we were just informed that 14 requests came from the states parties, which are all complete. We wanted to understand what is the financial implication of that, because yesterday in the budget group, we were given a certain figures wherein, there is a serious deficiency of voluntary and the, mandatory contributions. And then we have this. So what is the pressure on the states parties or the advisory bodies for this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further requests for the floor? I see none. Any observer state party would like to take the floor? I see none. I will ask the Secretariat to answer your questions. The Secretariat, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question to the distinguished delegate of India on the financial pressure that, let's say, the preliminary assessment is putting on the Secretariat and the advisory bodies. Well, this is something that I think it has been under discussion, at least in the ad hoc working group, since 2 years. So it is actually difficult to give an answer as the matter is also in the mandate of the open-ended working group that is still going on, as you know. And at this stage, what we can say is that, of course, when we consider the preliminary assessment, we thought, along with the advisory bodies, that there will be the benefit of this process will actually make saving money to the whole system, because by having a better shaped and better prepared nomination, all this circle of issues that may be created by nomination that are not recommended or that are incomplete will be, let's say, improved with the inclusion and by the use of the upstream process, and preliminary assessment. So to this extent, maybe there are different answers on the short term, on the medium term, and on the longer term. But for the time being, maybe it's too early to say something, as we are just in at the end of the first voluntary cycle with just 14 files that have been dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any more questions or comments? I'll now give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really would like to thank the distinguished delegate of India for this very important question. And I think what the distinguished delegate of India is raising is definitely an issue that the open-ended working group, of course, will be discussing, because it's part of its mandate. And the distinguished delegate of India is absolutely right to say that this needs to continue to be discussed in the open-ended working group, and it will continue. What I just want to say here is that when it comes to the whole issue of the funds, and you know, we are still in a period of voluntary submission of requests for preliminary assessment before it becomes mandatory. And of course, at this stage, as I clearly explained in the budget group yesterday, of course, at this stage, we have been able to cope with the current demands, but it doesn't mean that as we go in the future, this is going to be the same case. And that's why the budget group, of course, has discussed yesterday this particular issue, and will continue to discuss it under our chair of the working group. And we also will be able to know about the next number of preliminary assessment later this year, as you know, because of the deadline for submission of preliminary assessment, and of course it will help and inform the group, the open-ended working group on this issue. But I do agree with the important reflection that the distinguished delegate of India has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments from any committee member? Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos sumarnos a las declaraciones hechas por la delegación de la India. Hay algo que tenemos que tener en cuenta, que es que esta convención es víctima de su propio éxito, no de su fracaso. Por eso hay tanta presión, tanta inquietud, tanto interés en participar más, en tener más inscripciones, y cada vez necesitamos más recursos, más medios, más trabajo. El grupo de trabajo nos parece fundamental, no suficiente, porque luego tenemos que seguir hablando, tenemos que seguir reflexionando, y es en la UNESCO en pleno que tenemos que hablar esto.
Yeah, can I ask you to pause, because
Solamente decir, el grupo de trabajo es...
Please pause. The technical team, my friend is speaking beautiful Spanish, but I don't understand those beautiful words because you have stopped the English translation for some reason. It's okay. Yes. We were able to hear you at the beginning of the conversation, the statement that the Argentinian ambassador was making, and suddenly you went blank. And now, because of which we had to intervene and stop the Argentinian ambassador's presentation, for which I apologize, I'm very sorry. And now we have got the English interpretation again. Excellency, may I ask you to restart your statement? Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Lo haré muy brevemente. Nuestra convención es víctima de su propio éxito, no de su fracaso. Necesitamos cada vez más recursos, más personal, más actividad, y esto excede de alguna manera nuestra función aquí. Tenemos que seguir, el grupo de trabajo es extremadamente importante y este tema tiene que seguir en la UNESCO hasta que encontremos los mecanismos adecuados. Nosotros desde aquí lo que podemos hacer es aportar algo a este proceso de transformación que por supuesto nos va a llevar mucho trabajo y muchos más recursos que no están disponibles por el momento. Pero queremos decir, vamos a seguir con este tema, no es una crisis, no es un problema, sino que es una muestra de nuestro propio éxito y el valor que se le da en todo el mundo a esta convención. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to St. Vincent. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For us, the preliminary assessment is a very good experience. Just I want to ask the Secretariat, as we have now 14 requests for preliminary assessment, when can we have the first evaluation of this exercise? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I see none. I'll now give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Just concerning this batch of, let's say, preliminary assessment requests that will be delivered by the advisory bodies on the 1st of October, the nomination can be put forward for the deadline of the 1st of February 2026. And therefore there will be then an evaluation between 26 and 27 for an examination in 27. But Chair, maybe the advisory bodies would like to add on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to briefly address the general remarks from India and Argentina on the issue that we're dealing with. I think firstly to fully support, and I think the Centre's given the context and we support that there's a need to look at the whole of the system and look for systemic changes to the financing, and that also is true for the monitoring processes as well. But in terms of the proposal that's made in the present document by the Centre, I do think it is a very immediate thing that can be done to eliminate an obvious duplication of process that could occur. If there's been upstream process, it sort of doesn't make sense to have a preliminary assessment at the same time. That would mean the same work would be funded twice, once from the World Heritage Fund, once from the state party. So I think that is something that can be sort of eliminated now, in advance of the need for a more systemic look, and I think it, from the perspective of the advisory bodies, it doesn't pose a problem. Upstream process is also funded by states parties, so in a way it is also enabling those states parties that have either the means or can support other states parties to have the means to have access outside of the preliminary assessment process, Chair. So in those senses, we would support the proposals that have been made by the Secretariat in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. ECOMOS?
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, et pour faire écho à ce que disait mon collègue de l'UICN, la proposition tend plutôt à une simplification dans le sens d'éviter une duplication des processus. Donc c'était l'objectif en fait de cette proposition concernant l'analyse préliminaire ainsi que les processus en amont. Et peut-être pour faire écho à une autre remarque de l'honorable délégué de Saint-Vincent et des Grenadines, nous réfléchirons avec l'UICN à une façon aussi d'apporter un retour d'expérience sur cette première expérience, disons, d'analyse des demandes préliminaires. Donc, une fois que nos rapports seront remis aux États parties, enfin au centre et aux États parties concernés, on réfléchira avec l'UICN sur une façon de faire un retour d'expérience un petit peu plus général sur ce premier test concernant les analyses préliminaires.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions or comments, but India, your specific questions on what are the financial implications, has it been answered?
No, not Mr. Chair. No.
Would the Secretariat like to answer that question? Well, what are going to be the financial implications for the, regarding the same? If you have an answer at this point in time, or if there is not an answer, then we can move ahead. Or you can.
It will take.
All right, so this is an ongoing conversation, and there is no answer right now. They can reply later as well. All right. I remind you that this item remains open, and then the draft decision 46-8 will be examined at a later stage of our session. We can now proceed to our next agenda item. Dear colleagues, we will proceed with our next agenda item 8A, devoted to tentative lists. The relevant document is document 46.com/8A. I invite Mr. Alessandro Balsamo to present briefly document 8A. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Document 8A presents the tentative list of all state parties submitted in conformity with the operational guidelines as of 15 April. In particular, Annex 1 presents a list of all state parties indicating the date of the most recent tentative list submission. Annex 2 of the document presents the new tentative list or addition to existing tentative lists which have been submitted by the state parties since the last session of the World Heritage Committee. And Annex 3 presents a list of all sites included on the tentative list received from state parties in alphabetical and regional order. As of 15 April 2024, out of the 195 state parties which had ratified the convention, 189 have submitted tentative lists in accordance with the requirements specified in the operational guidelines. 6 state parties have not yet submitted any tentative list. All the nominations submitted for examination in 2024 are included on the tentative list of the state parties concerned. Between 16 April 2023 and until 15 April 2024, 34 state parties have submitted new tentative lists or have modified their existing list. The number of new sites added to the existing tentative list is now 107, and currently there are 1,773 sites on the tentative list. The draft decision is included on page 2 of both the English and French version of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. I see none. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias. Gracias, señor presidente. El comentario es solamente para manifestar el gran avance que tuvimos gracias al trabajo del Centro de Patrimonio con respecto a estas listas. Durante muchísimos años las listas fueron kilométricas, eran extremadamente grandes y los estados no las revisábamos. Con la ayuda del Centro de Patrimonio se ha visto un cambio muy fuerte y hoy en día las listas reflejan muchísimo más las prioridades de cada uno de los estados y no quedan ahí quietas y sin movimiento. Esta actividad es sumamente importante y queremos alentar al centro a que nos siga ayudando en esta tarea. Nuestro país ha reducido ampliamente la lista y ahora refleja muchísimo más la realidad de cuáles son nuestras prioridades. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I see that there are no more questions and comments. I therefore invite you to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision 46-8A, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le point 8A. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I see no amendments. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8A adopted. Thank you. I now declare agenda item 8A closed.
Alessandro will speak, and then
Dear colleagues, it's now time for us to consider nominations of properties to the World Heritage List. I would like to recall that the relevant working documents concerning nominations are 8A, 8B.ADD, and 8B.ADD.2. The advisory body's evaluations can be found in the nomination documents ECOMOS inf.8b1 and inf.8b1.add. IUCN inf.8b2 and inf.8b2.add. The ECOMOS notification relating to the nomination submitted on an emergency basis can be found in the nomination document inf.8b1.add.2. Let me also recall that document inf.8b3 presents the list of all nominations received by 1st February 2024. With the indication of those which were deemed complete. These nominations will not be discussed during our debates here, as they are foreseen to be examined at our next committee session in 2025. Document inf.8b4 presents factual errors identified by state parties in the advisory body evaluations, and it will be distributed to you on Monday, the first day of the committee session. I now invite the Secretariat to present this document and read out the list of nominations for which factual errors notifications have been received and to add some explanations. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Document 46-inf.8b4 concern the text of the evaluation and present factual errors notification by state parties and the related advisory body's replies. The document was dispatched on 22nd July last, and I will now read out the list of nominations for which factual errors notification concerning the related evaluation have been received. Bosnia-Herzegovina, Vjetrenica Cave Ravno. United Kingdom, the Flow Country. France, Te Enua Henata, Les Îles Marquises. China, Beijing Central Axis. Germany, Schwerin Residence Ensemble. Germany, UK, and USA Moravian Church settlements. India, Moidams, the Mount Burial System of the Ahom dynasty. Iran, Egmanate and the Historical Center of Hamadan. Japan, Sado Island Gold Mines. Jordan, al-Jimal. Panama, the colonial Transismian route of Panama. Romania, Brancusi Monumental Ensemble of Targogiu. Romania, Frontiers of the Roman Empire, Dacia. Russian Federation, Testament of Kenozero Lake. South Africa, the emergence of modern humans, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa. And Thailand, the Phu Phrabad Historical Park. Before the presentation of the concerned nominations by the advisory bodies, the Secretariat will announce the related factual error notification received. If the notification of factual errors has an impact on the proposed statement of OUV, the consequent amendment is already included in the text of the related draft decision. And just to recall that only notification received by the statutory deadline and submitted in the appropriate form of Annex 12 of the operational guidelines have been made available in document INF 8 before. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. Let's now move to the first draft decision of document 8B concerning proposed changes to names of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List. I invite Mr. Balsamo to present the proposed name change.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed name change of the name of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List are included in document 8B. And this year we only have one, the request of the Spanish authorities. The committee is asked to approve a change to the English and French name of the property, Prehistoric Sites of Talaiotic Menorca, inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2023. The name of the property becomes Talaiotic Menorca in English and Minorque Talaiotic in French. Draft Decision 46-8B1 is on page 1 of both the English and French version of document 8B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any objections? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8B.1, but before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B1 adopted. Our next point deals with nominations that were scheduled to be examined by the committee at this session but were withdrawn at the request of the concerned state party. I invite Mr. Balsamo to read out the list of withdrawn nominations.
Thank you, Chair. The three nominations that have been withdrawn prior to this session at the request of the concerned state parties are Portugal, Levadas de Madeira, Serbia, Bach Cultural Landscape, and Turkey is unique traces of the transition between civilization. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. We will now begin with the examination of nominations. I would like to take this opportunity to recall that committee decisions are based on objective and scientific considerations, and any appraisal made on its behalf must be thoroughly and responsibly carried out. The committee recognizes that such decisions depend on A, carefully prepared documentation, B, thorough and consistent procedures, C, evaluation by qualified experts, and D, if necessary, the use of expert referees. The committee is requested to examine the draft decisions presented in the relevant documents and, in accordance with paragraph 153 of the operational guidelines, to take its decisions. I wish to stress that for referred nominations, there is no new nomination file to be prepared, and there is no evaluation mission of the relevant advisory body to the site. Also, as recalled by the committee in its decision 42-8, in compliance with the convention and the operational guidelines, outstanding universal value is recognized at the time of inscription of a property on the World Heritage List, and no recognition of outstanding universal value is foreseen prior to this stage. I would like to appeal to you all to strictly respect these important rules during our debates and our decision-making. As you know, considering the latest withdrawals, currently we have 27 nominations to examine between today and Monday, as well as 13 minor boundary modification proposals. The order of the examination of nominations is listed on page 5 of both the English and French versions of document 8B. I would kindly ask you to follow this order to the extent possible. However, the Bureau already endorsed requests to reschedule the examination of a few nominations to allow participation of high-level dignitaries. Thus, following several requests concerning the order of examination of nominations, I would like to inform you that the World Heritage Center has put online a provisional timetable by day, including requests already endorsed by the Bureau. The timetable is to be found on the webpage of the 46th session. For your information, and for some of the nominations of cultural sites recommended for inscription, the presentation by ECOMOS will be delivered through pre-recorded videos. Ladies and gentlemen, just before proceeding with the examination of nominations, the advisory bodies wish to make a brief presentation on their respective evaluation process of nominations. I will give the floor to ECOMOS and IUCN. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. If I may have the first slide, please, and the next slide. Thank you. So thank you, Chair. The IUCN, next slide, please. The evaluation process is outlined on the slide that will shortly appear and is also found in our evaluation book and in the operational guidelines. And our assessment forms and assessment guidance notes are available online. I'd like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of the nominating states parties for their excellent collaboration and dialogue throughout the evaluation processes. We are highly grateful to all of your colleagues, your authorities, your site managers and your communities for the successful evaluation of all of the technical evaluation missions and the subsequent exchanges. IUCN would also like to thank most sincerely all of the IUCN experts that have donated a tremendous amount of volunteer time to the assessment of all the nominated sites. This represents a significant and indispensable support to this convention, and I think represents why we are partners of this convention beyond any individual services we provide. Next slide, please. IUCN assesses all of the nomination sites for their potential significance at global level based on global comparative analyses. Accordingly, our review process is a global one. We engage experts from all parts of the world, and the map shows the more than 120 experts globally that have contributed to this year's cycle, including the crucial role of our field evaluators. We additionally recognize the partnership with UNEP WCMC and the Earth Science Unions that help us to deal with a range of the dossiers. In closing, IUCN would also just like to note, as you'll hear later on as we come to the nature nominations, that it has been a particularly high number and proportion of nominations this year that are able to be recommended directly for inscription. It is a very encouraging sign, I think, of the dialogue that has been taking place, and I hope that will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and ICOMOS has a short presentation as well.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Je souhaite commencer cette présentation en exprimant notre gratitude à l'ensemble des experts impliqués dans le processus d'évaluation, ainsi qu'aux États parties ayant soumis une proposition d'inscription, pour les efforts fournis pour la bonne réalisation de nos travaux. Diapo suivante, s'il vous plaît. La procédure d'évaluation de l'ICOMOS est décrite à l'annexe 6 des orientations. Différentes étapes la composent, comme les études de documents et la mission technique d'évaluation, les réunions du panel d'experts, ainsi qu'un certain nombre de moments d'échange avec les États parties. L'ICOMOS est sensible à la représentation géographique des experts impliqués dans le processus d'évaluation et a récemment modifié les règles de composition de son panel pour mieux répondre aux problèmes du déséquilibre géographique des propositions d'inscription. L'ICOMOS est rigoureux et scientifique et vise à être constructif dans la formulation de ses recommandations au Comité du patrimoine mondial afin d'œuvrer pour la conservation des biens. Diapo suivante. L'ICOMOS implique une quarantaine d'experts dans l'évaluation d'un seul dossier de proposition d'inscription, couvrant différents aspects du bien, de son importance dans le contexte géoculturel dans lequel il se place, à la façon dont il est géré et protégé. Pour vous donner à titre d'exemple, pour le cycle actuel de proposition d'inscription, ce sont plus de 300 rapports d'experts que nous avons reçus. Les recommandations de l'ICOMOS sont collégiales et institutionnelles. Le champ d'expertise de l'ICOMOS comprend la multidisciplinarité, la diversité culturelle et géographique, un large éventail de formations et d'expériences et une large représentation institutionnelle. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your presentations, ICOMOS and IUCN. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. We will now start with the first nomination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for a job well done. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Moidams, the Mount Burial System of the Ahom Dynasty, India. But before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to recall to the committee that we received a fatal error notification concerning the evaluation of the Moidams, the Mount Burial System of the Ahom Dynasty, and this is to be found on page 16 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. And this notification has also impacts on the draft decision that we have integrated already in the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Moidams, the mound burial system of the Ahom Dynasty, India. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 87 of the English version and page 83 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Located at Charadio in eastern Assam, the nominated property contains the royal necropolis of the Thai Ahom. Moidams are the burial mounds of the Ahom and are integrated into the natural features of the landscape, creating a sacred geography. 90 moidams of different sizes are found within the nominated property boundaries and were created over a period of 600 years. The moidams were constructed by providing an earth cover over a hollow vault constructed of brick, stone, or earth. The vaults contain the burial or cremated remains of kings and other royal individuals, together with grave goods. The boundaries of the nominated property and buffer zone are shown here. There are a number of cultural features within the buffer zone, such as moidams, ceremonial pathways, and water bodies. An inventory of these features was provided during the evaluation process. Legal protection of the buffer zone is provided by the state of Assam, and the process of individually protecting the sites in the buffer zone is in progress. The moidams of Chiradio contain the remains of the Thai Ahom kings, and the tombs are set within a sculpted landscape that reflects Thai cosmologies, working with and modifying the natural topography, lakes, forests, and water sources. The moidams are of different sizes and demonstrate changes in techniques and materials over time. ICOMOS considers that the nominated property is an exceptional example of an Ahom necropolis that represents funerary traditions and associated beliefs in a tangible way. The comparative assessment was augmented during the evaluation by the state party through exchanges with ICOMOS. Comparisons are provided with other sites in India and other Thai ethnic groups within South and Southeast Asia, or this could have been further expanded to deepen the understanding of the context of the diversity of Thai cultures in Asia and their funerary traditions. It is evident that the nominated property is the most significant in relation to the specific mound burial traditions of the Ahom kings. While moidams are found throughout the Brahmaputra Valley, those found within the nominated property are regarded as exceptional. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 3 and 4, although ICOMOS considered that criterion 5 has not been demonstrated. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. Local communities regard the moidams as sacred burial grounds and contribute their protection and maintenance. Several important Thai Ahom rituals are practiced at the necropolis. The nominated property is well maintained and the state of conservation is generally good, although the moidams are vulnerable to the effects of heavy rainfall, flooding, soil erosion, and the growth of vegetation on the mounds. Protection and management of the nominated property is shared by the Archaeological Survey of India and the Assam Government's Directorate of Archaeology. Within the nominated property, the group of 4 moidams is designated as an ancient monument of national importance and protected by national laws. The remainder of the property is designated by the state of Assam as an ancient monument of state importance and is protected by state laws. ICOMOS considers that the protection and management are adequate, but that the effectiveness relies on the coordination between national and state heritage agencies and the involvement of local communities. The state party has established mechanisms to ensure coordinated management and decision-making. ICOMOS has recommended that the further development of the management system should adopt a landscape approach and include additional elements for interpretation and tourism, as well as enhanced community participation. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that moidams, the mound burial system of the Ahom dynasty, India, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 4, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Another round of applause, please. Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning the nomination. Vietnam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to express our sincere thanks to the advisory bodies for the information, for the evaluation. We are really fully convinced by the statement of the overview of the site, and that's why we strongly support the inclusion of the site on the list.
Okay, we appreciate the comments from Vietnam. Thank you. I see no more comments, and we can now proceed. I now invite you to adopt. Our apologies. We have Zambia. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to appreciate the role that ICOMOS is doing in evaluating the various dossiers. And in this case, Mr. Chairman, specifically would want to appreciate the fact that ICOMOS has been very understanding. Instead of emphasizing on all the criteria to be used, ICOMOS has been able to identify the one of the criteria, the criteria which is relevant to the site. And for this, would like to commend ICOMOS, and maybe that is the spirit which should be, that is encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you, Zambia, for your kind words. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.16. But before doing so, I would like to ask Radhapatua if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received no amendments, although we have duly noted Vietnam and Zambia's support. And furthermore, as Mr. Balsamo announced, the agreed factual errors have been integrated in the statement of outstanding universal value. Thank you.
I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.16 adopted. Let me congratulate India on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. India, you have the floor for up to 4 minutes to offer a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Namaste and good morning to all the dignitaries and delegates of the World Heritage Committee. I hope this meeting, since its beginning on 21st, must be going on smoothly, and all of you, despite your long working hours, are enjoying the hospitality extended to the delegates. Dear friends, today, 26 July, is etched in the golden letters forever as India gets its 43rd property in the World Heritage List. The occasion becomes even more special for every Indian, as it is the first time since its inception that India is hosting the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee when this site has been inscribed. On behalf of the 1.4 billion citizens of India, and especially from the people of Assam, I would like to thank the UNESCO, the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS for acknowledging the outstanding universal values and providing their unwavering support from the beginning in getting this remarkable property inscribed in the World Heritage List. Ladies and gentlemen, the Moidams, as described in the presentation by ICOMOS, mound burial system of the Ahom dynasty, which are the sacred necropolis of the Thai Ahom dynasty during 13th to 19th centuries. Moidam literally means home for the spirit. The Moidams are a testament of the sacred practices carried out by the Ahoms, where nature was made integral and inseparable component of the burial mounds by putting the water bodies and trees around these mounds. The unique architecture of these mounds burial contains a vault where mortal remains and other goods were kept for the deceased royalties, and a shrine on the top of the vault which symbolizes a golden ladder between earth and the heaven. Moidams are tangible witness to the 6th century long belief and customs of the Ahom rulers, which is corroborated with their royal chronicles. This is the third property from the state of Assam to be inscribed, but the first in the cultural category. The previous two were inscribed long back in 1985, that is 29 years ago, in natural category. Inscription of the site and hosting of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee for the first time is yet another example of India's increasing commitment under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to preserve and celebrate the basic theme of the World Heritage Convention, that heritage is for entire humanity, and it is our collective responsibility to safeguard this heritage, which is our bridge between past and the future. I would also like to acknowledge close coordination between the Archaeological Survey of India and State Government of Assam, as the inscribed property is mutually being maintained by both the agencies. Dear delegates, this is a great gift of the people of India, and I would like to thank the Ministry of External Affairs, Permanent Delegation of India to UNESCO, Ministry of Culture, the Archaeological Survey of India, and the State Archaeology Department of Assam for close coordination at every step since the site getting listed in the tentative list in 2014 to the submission of the nomination dossier of the visit of the ICOMOS experts, and a great day that is today. Thank you very much.
Cheers to incredible India. It's now my pleasant duty to invite back the substantive chair to continue with the agendas for the day.
May I invite you to take your seat, please? May I just remind that greetings can be held outside the room, please.
Dear colleagues, as we are entering nominations, the 8B agenda item, the Secretariat reminds me to remind you that the celebrations are most welcome and are to be continued and not ended outside the plenary. We will now go to the emergency listing of Saint Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, draft decision 46com 8b.44. We are now dealing with the nomination of Saint Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, State of Palestine, nomination to be processed on an emergency basis. I invite the Secretariat to present some technical information regarding the processing of this information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. On 24 June 2024, the State Party State of Palestine submitted to the World Heritage Center the nomination of Saint Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, with the request to process it on an emergency basis. On 24 June 2024, the nomination was transmitted to ICOMOS for evaluation. On 28 June 2024, the World Heritage Center informed all state parties about the submission of the nomination and added the electronic version of the nomination file in the list of those to be examined by the committee at its 46th session. On 5th July 2024, ICOMOS requested information through the World Heritage Center regarding the current and recent state of conservation of the cultural heritage in Gaza Strip, as well as any relevant documentation concerning the provisional enhanced protection granted to the nominated property on 14 December 2023 by the UNESCO Committee for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict within the framework of the 1954 Hague Convention and its second protocol. On 8 and 12 July 2024, UNESCO addressed the replies providing to ICOMOS the information requested above. On 15 July 2024, ICOMOS addressed a request for additional information to the State Party. On 18 July 2024, ICOMOS notified the World Heritage Center regarding the emergency expert and informed on steps taken to evaluate the nomination. On 24 July 2024, the State of Palestine submitted the additional information requested by ICOMOS, which was uploaded on the related webpage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite ICOMOS to present its work on the nomination of Saint Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, State of Palestine. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. Donc, la procédure d'urgence, telle qu'elle est expliquée au paragraphe 161 et 162 des orientations, s'applique dans les cas où le bien est en péril parce qu'il a subi des dommages ou qu'il est confronté à des dangers graves et spécifiques dus à des événements naturels ou à des activités humaines et qui nécessiterait une décision immédiate du comité pour assurer la sauvegarde du bien. Le bien doit également justifier de manière incontestable une valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Dans les cas d'urgence, l'évaluation de l'ICOMOS se concentre sur les qualités du bien proposé pour inscription qui peuvent justifier sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle, à savoir les critères qui sont mis en avant et les conditions d'intégrité et d'authenticité, la nature du danger et l'urgence de la décision du Comité du patrimoine mondial. L'ICOMOS a lancé la procédure d'évaluation du bien immédiatement après la réception du dossier le 24 juin, tout en écartant l'organisation d'une mission d'évaluation technique sur le terrain en raison des conditions de sécurité actuelles. À ce stade du processus, l'ICOMOS a contacté un groupe d'experts internationaux, parmi lesquels figurent des archéologues et des historiens de l'art, spécialisés dans l'art et l'architecture de l'Antiquité tardive et paléochrétien, ainsi que des universitaires reconnus pour leurs travaux de recherche sur la tradition intellectuelle de l'école monastique de Gaza, afin qu'ils fournissent leur point de vue et leur analyse critique de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle potentielle du bien par le biais de rapports, d'études, de documents. Par ailleurs, le 5 juillet 2024, des informations ont été demandées au Centre du patrimoine mondial sur l'état de conservation actuel ou récent du patrimoine culturel dans la bande de Gaza, en particulier pour les biens figurant sur la liste indicative de l'État de Palestine, ainsi que toute documentation pertinente concernant la protection renforcée provisoire accordée aux biens proposés pour inscription le 14 décembre 2023 par le comité de l'UNESCO pour la protection des biens culturels en cas de conflit armé, dans le cadre de la Convention de La Haye de 1954 et de son deuxième protocole. En outre, une lettre a été envoyée le 15 juillet à l'État partie pour demander des informations complémentaires sur la justification de l'inscription, les attributs, les limites et la zone tampon, ainsi que sur la protection juridique du bien proposé pour inscription. Ces informations ont été reçues le 24 juillet. La Commission du patrimoine mondial de l'ICOMOS a été consultée sur le caractère urgent de la proposition d'inscription et a confirmé le 17 juillet que la mise en œuvre d'une procédure d'urgence est justifiée. Le délai nécessaire pour procéder à la consultation d'experts internationaux, à l'analyse des informations complémentaires reçues de la part de l'État partie et pour réunir les membres de la Commission du patrimoine mondial de l'ICOMOS afin d'examiner et de statuer sur ces informations, ne permet pas à l'ICOMOS, à ce stade, de formuler une recommandation afin de déterminer si le bien proposé pour inscription est susceptible de justifier de manière incontestable une valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The procedure that I'll follow will be as I mentioned in the Bureau. I will ask the rapporteur if we have received any amendment.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. nous avons reçu un amendement au projet de décision sur le site du monastère de Saint-Hilarion, Tel Amer, soumis par la Belgique, coécrit par 18 autres membres du comité que je vais citer: Qatar, Sénégal, Liban, Turquie, République de Corée, Mexique, Bulgarie, Grèce, Italie, Zambie, Kazakhstan, Rwanda, Vietnam, Kenya, Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines, Jamaïque, Inde, Japon. L'amendement débute par le paragraphe 5, notant également que le bien proposé pour inscription a été placé sous protection renforcée provisoire par le Comité pour la protection des biens culturels en cas de conflit armé lors de sa 18e session en décembre 2023. Ajout des paragraphes 7 à 12. Paragraphe 7. Notant que des circonstances exceptionnelles ont empêché un processus d'évaluation exhaustif et gardant à l'esprit que la prise en considération de cette proposition d'inscription par le Comité du patrimoine mondial ne saurait en aucun cas constituer un précédent pour de futures propositions d'inscription devant être traitées en urgence. Paragraphe suivant. Inscrit le monastère de Saint-Hilarion, Tel Amer, État de Palestine, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial suite à une procédure traitée en urgence, sur la base des critères 2, 3 et 6. Paragraphe suivant. Inscrit également le monastère de Saint-Hilarion, Tel Amer, État de Palestine, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Prend note qu'une déclaration provisoire de valeur universelle exceptionnelle est en cours de préparation et sera soumise pour adoption à la 47e session du comité, si possible. Recommande que l'État partie invite une mission de suivi réactif conjointe, Centre du patrimoine mondial ICOMOS, dès que la situation sur place le permettra, afin d'établir un état de conservation souhaité et un programme de mesures correctives en vue du retrait du bien de la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Dernier paragraphe. Demande à l'État partie de soumettre au Centre du patrimoine mondial, d'ici au 1er décembre 2025 ou dès que la situation le permettra, un rapport sur l'état de conservation du bien pour examen par le Comité du patrimoine mondial à sa 48e session. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to the author of the amendment, Belgium, to take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, nous introduisons avec le soutien d'une vaste majorité des membres du comité cet amendement qui vise l'inscription du monastère de Saint-Hilarion, Tel Amer, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en conformité avec l'objet et la raison d'être de notre convention. Le monastère de Saint-Hilarion est un site archéologique important et dans un relativement bon état de conservation. C'est sans doute l'un des sites monastiques les plus précoces et les plus significatifs du Proche-Orient, datant du IVe siècle de notre ère. La situation du site, au croisement ou à proximité de plusieurs routes commerciales, en a fait un lieu d'accueil, de rencontres et d'échanges. Aujourd'hui, le monastère de Saint-Hilarion est un lieu d'études, de recherche et de formation. Culture, éducation et sciences, les piliers du mandat de l'UNESCO. Les communautés locales sont particulièrement soucieuses de la préservation de ce site qui fait leur fierté. Le site est inscrit sur la liste indicative de la Palestine depuis 2012. Et une proposition d'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine selon la procédure normale était en cours d'élaboration. Vu l'actualité, nous devons trouver toutefois une réponse appropriée et accélérer la procédure afin de permettre la conservation et la restauration du site dans une perspective humanitaire. C'est cette actualité qui a amené en décembre dernier le Comité pour la protection des biens culturels en cas de conflit armé à placer à titre provisoire le site sous protection renforcée. Par cette décision, le dit comité reconnaît que le site de Saint-Hilarion est de la plus haute importance pour l'humanité. Lorsque nous inscrirons en urgence le site de Saint-Hilarion sur la liste du patrimoine mondial, nous l'inscrirons simultanément sur la liste du patrimoine en péril. Cette double décision est une opportunité de définir et de mettre en œuvre des programmes permettant une conservation optimale de cet ensemble exceptionnel. L'inscription de ce site contribuera à la crédibilité et la représentativité de la liste du patrimoine mondial et montrera notre capacité à remplir partout dans le monde la mission que nous confie la Convention, assurer la protection et la conservation des biens les plus importants pour l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the draft decision being adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.44 adopted. I must say the decision as amended. Perfect. I will now give, as agreed in the Bureau, I will now give the floor to the state party concerned for an up to 4-minute statement on its nomination. I will subsequently grant the floor to committee members only to the regular stipulated time up to 3 minutes only. To this extent, I will ask cooperation of all. The state party, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honored to have this inscription taking place in the greatest democracy in the world. Thank you, India. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all committee members for their valuable support of this inscription. My sincere thanks and gratitude go not only to the delegation, the government and the people of Belgium, but also to their eminent experts, Madame Guylaine de Villiers and Madame Ingrid Boxus. I would like also to thank Mr. Gilles Hour, the Deputy Permanent Delegate, for his excellent presentation. Merci la Belgique. I also would like to warmly thank ICOMOS and the Secretariat, Madame Director General Audrey Azoulay, ADG Culture, Mr. Ernesto Otone, and the Director of the World Heritage Center, Dr. Lazar Elondo, and their team, an excellent team, very dedicated and very efficient, as well as our local and international experts who work tirelessly on the nomination file. Dr. Ahmed Urjoub, architect Marwa Audwan, Dr. Raymond Bondin, and the expert of the inscribed site, Mr. René Elter, who worked for more than 23 years on the same site in Gaza. Special thanks for the generous support of France through the Agence Française de Développement and of the UK through the British Council in Jerusalem. My appreciation as well to all NGOs who contributed in the conservation work and excavations of the site, including l'École biblique archéologique française de Jérusalem and Première Urgence Internationale, among others. Mr. Chairperson, this inscription is very important for us because it is a message of hope to our people in Gaza who are fleeing bombs with no shelters, no food, no water. Through this inscription, we tell them we have not forgotten you, and UNESCO has not forgotten you either. When I was drafting my speech, I wondered if it was possible to talk about Gaza without mentioning the war. Nevertheless, you will notice, Mr. Chairperson and distinguished members of the committee, that I will not talk about the massive destructions of schools, hospitals, universities, media centers, churches and mosques. I will not discuss the killing of innocent civilians, including children, women, elders, students, teachers, medical doctors and journalists, nor the starvation and lack of food and water. Instead, I will focus on the spirit and purpose of our convention. A state party must recognize that once its property inscribed on the World Heritage List of humanity, I say of humanity, not of UNESCO, it becomes a property of all humanity. This means that all state parties are responsible for the protection of any property on the World Heritage List. Here let me insist that the heritage of St. Hilarion, who played a major role in spreading Christianity around the world, mainly in Europe, is present in many countries nowadays still. Cyprus, Italy, Croatia, among others. I urge members of the committee and all state parties to call upon Israel, the occupying power, to refrain from targeting any cultural property in the Gaza Strip and to immediately and permanently end the ongoing destructive war in Gaza. To conclude, I have the pleasure to invite you all to a small side event, which is a presentation on this inscribed property by our international expert René Alter. It will take place at 2 p.m. in room MR9, not 12, as mentioned in the distributed invitation. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. I will now give the floor only to committee members. I know the ambassador of Qatar had mentioned in the Bureau, so I'll give the floor first to him, followed by Lebanon. Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The State of Qatar is working hard with all member states of the World Heritage Committee to enhance the protection of heritage sites in the accordance of the World Heritage Convention. It is no secret to all of us that the world today needs more than ever that the international community to assume its responsibilities seriously, honestly, and with respect of international conventions. The inscription of the Tel Amr St. Hilarion site on the list in danger today in Gaza and in the Gaza Strip is evidence of the urgent need to protect this historical site in times of the war and military conflict. And we do hope that the WHC puts more efforts to protect other sites in Gaza. I also would like to commend the state parties who approved these crucial decisions of this protection of this important heritage site in Palestine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to note the dramatic conditions in which the population of Gaza is living and the exceptional circumstances that have prevented a fully fledged evaluation process of this property. In other emergency nominations, the advisory bodies were able to perform desk review within a shorter time and could even send missions in certain number of cases. The case of St. Hilarion Monastery Tel Amr is different. Situated on the coastal dunes in Nusayra municipality, the area around the property has become a battlefield, suffering from daily bombing. ICOMOS recognized the emergency status as clearly indicated in the letter sent to the director of the World Heritage Center on July 18, and all independent international reports also indicate that the property is facing a situation of imminent threat, although the journalists are not allowed to enter Gaza by Israel, the occupying power according to the International Court of Justice. Renewed for its well-preserved example of early Byzantine monastic architecture, the property dates back to the 4th century AD and represents the oldest monastery in Palestine and one of the oldest and most important Christian monastic sites in the world. Its strategic location on a major trade and pilgrimage route and its historic layers exemplify a significant interchange of human values in architecture and religious practices, which fully justifies Criterion 2. It provides unparalleled insights into the development and practices of early Christian monastics in the region, which fully justifies Criterion 3, and is intimately connected to pivotal events, traditions, beliefs, as well as theological and philosophical discourse, which fully justifies Criterion 6. The decision we took today to inscribe St. Hilarion Monastery Tel Amir on the World Heritage List and the list in danger is in full conformity with Article 11.4 of the Convention, which states that the committee may at any time, in case of urgent need, make a new entry in the list of World Heritage in danger and publicize such entry immediately. We hope this decision will help ensuring the safeguarding of the property for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey, followed by Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to congratulate Palestine for the inscription of St. Hilarion Monastery. We consider that the nomination file contains historical, religious, cultural, architectural, technical, and artistic value and significance. The nomination dossier highlights the similarities and differences in many aspects, such as architectural layout, decorations, construction techniques, urban development, thereby clearly and successfully supporting its outstanding universal value. The cultural heritage properties of Palestine, inscribed in the World Heritage List, as well as the tentative list in Palestine, have both been severely affected, and many have been partially or completely damaged due to the ongoing war. Despite the damages caused by the war, it is believed that the site has largely retained its authenticity and integrity and meets the criteria of outstanding universal value. Hence, we encourage the State Party to promptly implement necessary measures and extend an invitation for a reactive monitoring mission by the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, when circumstances permit. It is through the protection of cultural heritage like this one, in the midst of war, that forums like the World Heritage Committee can make a difference by drawing the attention of the international community to the destruction of culture and living culture in areas affected by war. And like my distinguished colleague from Palestine said, this is also a testament that we have not forgotten the people of Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Sénégal se réjouit de la décision courageuse qui vient d'être prise, et l'UNESCO a souvent eu à sauver l'honneur de la communauté internationale, comme cela s'est passé récemment sur les sites du génocide au Rwanda. Nous avions fait la même chose il y a quelques années pour l'église de la Nativité en Palestine. Le fait que l'ICOMOS n'ait pas pu faire sa mission d'évaluation en raison de l'insécurité est révélateur du drame en cours en Palestine. Et nous devons continuer à alerter pour que les biens du patrimoine mondial ou potentiellement inscriptibles sur la liste du patrimoine mondial soient préservés. Nous devons marquer toute notre solidarité à la Palestine et la féliciter, malgré les circonstances, à réussir à constituer des éléments pour inscrire des sites et peut-être contribuer par ce biais à une plus grande vigilance. Je voudrais enfin féliciter la Belgique pour son leadership courageux et clairvoyant. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The last one is Kazakhstan, and then we move ahead. Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Kazakhstan extends its heartfelt congratulations to the State of Palestine on the inclusion of the St. Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, in the World Heritage List on an emergency basis. This recognition underscores the significant cultural and historical value of the site, reflecting its rich heritage and enduring legacy. As the Honorable Ambassador of Palestine mentioned, important for all humanity. The inscription of St. Hilarion Monastery, Tel Amer, is a testament to the collective efforts to preserve and celebrate the cultural treasures of Palestine, including under the current grave circumstances. We commend the dedication and commitment shown by the UNESCO Secretariat, ICOMOS, Belgium, and all other co-authors of this decision in seeking to safeguard this invaluable heritage for future generations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's proceed now. We go to the next agenda item, Germany, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the United States of America, Moravian Church settlements. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of the Moravian Church settlements by the three state parties as an extension of Christianfeld, a Moravian Church settlement, Denmark. But before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the Moravian Church settlements, and this is to be found on page 14 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Moravian Church settlements, Germany, United States of America, and United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 235 of the English version and page 272 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors, and ICOMOS has acknowledged some of these errors. Nominated as a transnational serial extension of Christianfeld, a Moravian church settlement, Denmark, inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2015, the Moravian church settlements are in 3 municipalities founded in the 18th century: Ernhut, Germany, Bethlehem, United States of America, and Grace Hill, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. All have distinctive Moravian buildings, including a particular type of Gemeinhaus, congregation building, church, and koi houses, large structures designed as communal dwelling for unmarried men, unmarried women, and widows, and nearby God's acre or cemeteries. Each settlement has its own architectural character based on an original Moravian church civic Baroque style, but adapted to local conditions. Together, they represent the transnational scope of the international Moravian community developed from the 18th century through the founding of such settlements. There is an active congregation present today in each component part, where traditions are continued and constitute a living Moravian heritage. The development of Moravian settlements is characterized by overarching urban planning principles guided by the ideals of the Moravian Church. The serial nominated property also represents a global network of Moravian religious settlements built to receive immigrant congregations. Ernhut, with exiles from Moravia and Bohemia, Bethlehem with immigrant Sea congregations arriving from Europe, and Grace Hill with scattered diaspora in the north of Ireland. The serial property has been nominated as an extension of Christiansfeld, for it represents a formative phase of Moravian cultural tradition and construction of ideal settlements. The nominated extension reflects systematic planning and construction the evolution and refinement of urban design and architecture, and in-house expertise in design, constructions, and craft skills. The three settlements display a coherence of style, form, appearance, together with traditionally established spatial arrangements and original building types that reflect uses, functions, traditions, and intangible associations that are attached to them. The nomination of the Moravian Church settlement is a response to the World Heritage Committee's recommendation regarding the potential for a transnational serial extension of the World Heritage property Christiansfeld, a Moravian Church settlement, at the time the property was ascribed in 2015. The comparative analysis justifies consideration of the nominated extension for the World Heritage List. It reinforces the justification for criteria 3 and 4 of the property already inscribed on the list. Ernhout, Bethlehem, and Grace Hill bring additional attributes of the Moravian Church settlement phenomenon and fully express the significance of the Moravian Church settlements during the formative years of the 18th and early 19th centuries. ICOMOS also considers that the serial nomination should be kept open for possible extensions in the future to allow any equally qualified settlement to be nominated if agreed to by the relevant states parties. The condition of integrity and authenticity are met, and the boundaries of the component parts and their buffer zones as modified by the states parties in February 2024 are adequate. The key attributes of the nominated extensions are all within the boundaries and are coherent with the attributes that were determined for the Christiansfeld settlement. Visual and functional connections between individual buildings and the surrounding landscape are also included. ICOMOS considers that the three component parts have an adequate level of protection under the applicable laws. International Management Plan will establish a coordination mechanism for the nominated extension together with the already inscribed property, while individual local management plans will orient the management of individual component parts at the local and national levels. These management plans will need to be formally adopted and implemented. Conservation issues to be addressed by the relevant state party has also been noted. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the extension of Christiansfeld, a Moravian Church settlement, Denmark, to include Ernhout, Germany, Grace Hill, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Bethlehem, United States of America, be approved and become the Moravian Church settlements, Denmark, Germany, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3 and 4. ICOMOS has included further recommendation in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. And I now go to the rapporteur, and I invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8B.28, and I ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons reçu un amendement soumis par la Grèce qui a pour objet une légère modification selon une erreur factuelle vue et agréée préalablement par ICOMOS. L'amendement porte sur le paragraphe 4A avec la modification suivante. Recommande que les États parties prennent en considération les points suivants. Améliorer la présentation des attributs qui soutiennent la valeur universelle exceptionnelle et en particulier la présentation de la Maison des Pèlerins. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Are there any objections for this draft decision presented as amendment from being adopted as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.28 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Germany, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. Let me congratulate Germany, Herzlichen Glückwünsche, on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property as an extension of the property already inscribed in Denmark. Representatives of the three state parties, you have the floor for a combined time of 4 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the World Heritage Committee, representatives of the World Heritage Center and expert advisory bodies in UNESCO, fellow observers, states parties, and distinguished guests. I can think of no better way to celebrate the one-year anniversary of the United States' return to UNESCO, and I want to express our deep appreciation for the inscription of the Moravian Church settlements. These settlements in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, represent the very best of the United States. This is the United States' first transnational inscription, and we are honored to join our friends from Denmark, Germany, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland in this inscription. I'd also like to recognize the mayor of Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, William Reynolds, and the entire distinguished delegation from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They've invested years working to develop this nomination, and we are all grateful for your effort. And so next time you are in the United States, visit Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Mayor, the floor is yours.
I would like to echo the thanks to all as just expressed by U.S. Deputy Representative to UNESCO Jean Maines on behalf of my delegation, including Brian Grigsby, President of the Moravian University, and Bishop Chris Giesler of the Moravian Church. The late Bishop Hopton Clennon was instrumental in the development of this nomination. We are honored to have his widow, Mrs. Sheila Clennon, with us today as well. I also want to recognize the leadership of our respective countries, and especially the U.S. National Park Service and the countries of Denmark, the United Kingdom, and Germany, and their respective officials. We certainly also commend and thank the local communities for their support, coordination and cooperation, and for the leaders in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, Grace Hill, Northern Ireland, UK, Herrnhut, Saxony, Germany, and Christiansfeld, Denmark. As a proud native of Bethlehem, I know I speak on behalf of all those who call Bethlehem home in saying how much we look forward to welcoming visitors to this new World Heritage Site. As has been emphasized by the chair and other committee members, World Heritage belongs not to a single town or city or even a nation, but to the entire world. And we look forward to sharing this site, its values, and its traditions with the world. And now, Mr. Chair, I would like to pass the floor to Saxon State Minister Konrad Clemens from Germany. Thank you.
Wir warten auf Ihnen. Bitte schnell.
Dear Chairperson, members of the committee, hosts from India, namaste, and thank you very much on behalf of Herrnhut, the Oberlausitz, the Moravian Church, Berthelsdorf, and the Free State of Saxony. The settlements of the Moravian Church from all over the world are connected by their unique architecture. They are places of open-mindedness, productive cooperation, and social equality. They are builded communities. And being a Herrnhuter myself, I know that these towns are not museums, but they are lively places with young families, civic engagement, and global understanding. I am very thankful to the United States, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and Christiansfeld in Denmark for initiating this process, and I pass the floor over to our friends from Northern Ireland, David Johnston.
On behalf of the United Kingdom, I will not repeat what has already been said, but I do want to sincerely thank incredible India for hosting us all so well and also the World Heritage Committee for approving this nomination. I also wish to pay tribute to our wonderful international partners. Everyone has worked hard, but there has also been great friendship and fun. Grace Hill, Northern Ireland, with its Moravian ethos, has long been known as a place of reconciliation and tolerance. 200 years ago, in the midst of conflict, it was seen as a place of sanctuary. A diary entry from that time records the following words: "When our place appeared to all around as the only spot of safety, many retired to it as to a city of refuge, and we fed and watered them without making a distinction of their being our friends or our foes. The hearts of many who hated us and even designed our destruction were turned." Historic words, but still as relevant and important in our world today. Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Hearty congratulations. We move on to the next agenda item.
I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of Al-Jimal Jordan. But before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a notification of factual error concerning the evaluation of the nomination of Al-Jimal, and this is to be found on page 29 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Al-Jimal Jordan. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 of page 51 of the English version and page 161 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. Next slide. Located in present-day northern Jordan, within the Haran Plateau that spreads from southern Syria to northern Jordan, Al-Jimal is a rural settlement that developed organically on the site of an earlier Roman settlement between the 5th and 8th centuries CE. It preserves the architectural vestiges of mostly domestic and religious character that represent the local style architecture of the Haran region from the Byzantine and early Islamic periods. The nominated property has an area of 52,584 hectares and a buffer zone of 258,722 hectares. The boundaries run mostly parallel to the wall constructed around the ancient town and include a small portion of agricultural fields, thus evoking the agricultural identity of Al-Jimal. The buffer zone includes the area of the early village, which marks earlier developments in the area, and some of the Roman and Byzantine cemeteries located outside the town's wall, which are not visible anymore today. Next slide. Composed of clusters of multi-story houses with courtyards arranged in 3 neighborhoods, the Byzantine and early Islamic town of Al-Jimal included 16 churches of different types and a complex water catchment system that ensured irrigation of the nearby fields. The basaltic architecture of Al-Jimal reflects local Haranian building styles and designs rooted in pragmatism, cost-effectiveness, and durability. The settlement, which formed part of a broader agricultural landscape, included also Roman imperial structures of military, administrative, or religious use that were repurposed and integrated into the structure of the town. Some of these structures are still visible today. Next slide. The comparative analysis has demonstrated that the well-preserved vestiges of the nominated property showcase the distinctive Haranian basalt architecture and are one of the most representative examples of a Haranian rural town. They epitomize the Haranian culture with its agro-pastoral identity and demonstrate key aspects of the cultural traditions and social values of the Iranian people. The nominated property has been nominated on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 5, but ICOMOS considers that only criterion 3 has been demonstrated. The conditions of integrity of the nominated property have been demonstrated. However, the property remains vulnerable due to a lack of maintenance of the large part of the preserved structures that left some of the attributes in a fragile state. Moreover, the agricultural landscape that once supported the existence of the settlement has been transformed, while the Wadi rehabilitation project and some modern structures, both within the buffer zone, compromise the visual integrity of the nominated property. Mitigation measures should be implemented to address these issues. The conditions of authenticity have been met, as the nominated property remains authentic in its form, design, and materials. Only a few of more than 170 structures in al-Jamal have been investigated archaeologically. However, the wider context of the nominated property has been compromised by contemporary urban pressures. The legal protection and the management system are adequate to ensure protection of the nominated property, even though the al-Jamal site management plan is yet to be approved. It presents a 5-year vision for the future management of the site and formalization of processes geared towards protection of the nominated property. Heritage impact assessment, a disaster risk management plan, and provisions to ensure the safety of tourists should be prepared, and the baseline documentation and assessment of conservation requirements should be finalized. The preparation of a comprehensive conservation plan, including a maintenance program for the site, is recommended. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that al-Jamal, Jordan, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 3, and has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. Let's proceed. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 8B.13, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le dossier al-Jamal, Monsieur le Président, et les erreurs factuelles ont déjà été intégrées dans le projet de décision. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 8B.13 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Jordan on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Jordan, you have the floor for a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, today, we not only celebrate inscription of this magnificent black oasis of Jamal on the World Heritage List of UNESCO. We also celebrate decades of this unbreakable partnership between my country, Jordan, and your esteemed, vital, and most needed at all times organization. On behalf of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, the Kingdom of Time, we extend our thanks to the World Heritage Committee for the recognition of the outstanding universal value of al-Jamal. al-Jamal, which is an extension of the Nabatean rule to the north, a stronghold of the first Arab Jordanian Empire on its trade routes, proudly joins 6 other Jordanian sites in the honor of being on this list. It also joins Petra and Rasas as the 3rd Nabatean city inscribed. al-Jamal is the largest and best preserved ancient rural settlement in the southern Horan Plain. The extraordinary basaltic remains tells the story of a proud nation. It also bears a unique testimony to a clever and sustainable settlement established in a water-scarce environment. This showcases the resilience of local culture and community that demonstrates itself until today. We in Jordan believe in what UNESCO stands for, its mission, its philosophy, and its values. Especially in these days, humanity needs to be reminded of these values. Inscribing al-Jamal is our gift to the world, our message of togetherness, another jewel from the Kingdom of Time. Let me conclude by sincerely thank the Mayor of Jamal, who is present with us here today, and his team. And also thank the able director of the Department of Antiquities and his team for the great work they have exerted for the success of this file. Jana, the spirit of your father is around the room. We are confident that with the able leadership of the Mayor of Jamal and his team and the Director of the Department, we will all work on the implementation of the management plan for the years to come. On behalf of the Kingdom of Time, on behalf of the gatekeepers of history, I thank you.
Cheers to Honorable Minister and the people of Jordan. We will now start the examination of natural sites. We will examine 5 natural nominations. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination of Badain Jaran Desert Towers of Sand and Lakes, China. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. IUCN recommends the committee to inscribe Badain Jaran Desert, Towers of Sand and Lakes on the World Heritage List under Natural Criterion 7 and 8. The present nomination, as amended through supplementary information, consists of one component part spanning an area of more than 700,000 hectares with a buffer zone of nearly 900,000 hectares. Next slide, please. The nominated area is subject to a hyper-arid temperate climate and hosts a diverse area of desert landscape, including mega dunes, interdunal lakes, shifting sand dunes, and other aeolian features such as erosion formation and ripple effect. The application of Criterion 7 is justified as the nominated property stand out at the global level with its wide variety of spectacular desert landforms, ranging from smaller crescent-shaped and pyramidal dunes to mega dunes. This contrasts with unexpected interdunal lakes and give rise to the aesthetic appeal of the nominated property, and microbial communities and different level of salinity colors the 144 interdunal lakes, adding to the aesthetic appeal of the nominated property. The dynamic of shifting sand creates an ever-changing visual environment. Criterion 8 is also justified thanks to the nominated property's remarkable geodiversity. It hosts a densest collection of stabilized megadunes globally, including the world's tallest stabilized sand megadunes with a relative relief of 460 meters. The nominated properties stand out with the highest concentration of interdunal lakes found anywhere on Earth. Next, please. The IUCN 2011 thematic study on desert landscape already highlighted the nominated property as representing a selection of the most significant desert landscapes and geomorphological sites that are currently not included in the World Heritage List. IUCN 2021 thematic study on the application of Criterion 8 noted that the nominated property belongs to one of the evident geographical gaps in current listings. The boundaries of the nominated property, as revised and clarified by the state party in supplementary information, contain the main distribution range of mega dunes, as well as other types of sand dunes and desert landform features. The buffer zone effectively protects the geoheritage and aesthetic values of the mega dunes within the nominated property. The area covered by the buffer zone include important areas for the near source recharge of the interdunal lakes and does not contain any potential source of pollution. In terms of protection and management, the nominated property benefit from several layers of legal protection, including the designation as UNESCO Global Geopark, National Geopark, and regional designation as Scenic Site and Nature Reserve. The Badayan Jaran Desert Lake Nature Reserve of Inner Mongolia protects the majority of the nominated area, and in addition, the Badayan Jaran Nature Reserve of Inner Mongolia serve as additional layer of protection at autonomous region level. Additionally, IUCN notes that the state party intend to designate the nominated property as a national park. Management coordination for the vast area covered by the nominated property is ensured through a comprehensive management plan. The Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region's People Government will establish a World Heritage Management Committee to lead on the protection and management of the nominated property and its buffer zone. Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found on document 8B as shown on the slide and contains IUCN recommendation to inscribe Badayan Jaran Desert Towers of Sand and Lakes on the World Heritage List under Natural Criteria 7 and 8. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I give the floor to Zambia, then Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zambia would like to commend IUCN for the job well done And in this case, I'm saying a job well done, because when it comes to sites of geological significance or geomorphological significance, these are sites as already presented in the report that they are underrepresented on the thematic themes or the geographic representation. So it pleases the state part of Zambia that we have sites which are going to increase the representation of geodiversity on the global stage. At the same time, I would like to say that at the end of the day, I would like to also thank the the People's Republic of China for having selected such a site, which at the end of the day, if nominated, it is going to add to the sites which are on the same criterion as what we have at the Victoria Falls, which has got a similar criterion. So we are hoping that at the end of the day, we will have an opportunity to twin with the Republic of China. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Zambia, Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by appreciating the constructive comments and recommendations provided by the World Heritage Center and IUCN on this nomination. It is clear to us that significant progress has been made by China in the areas of conservation and management, sustainable development and human settlement, along with several other important aspects. We support the inscription of the site of Badan Jarn Desert, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions and comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.2. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.2 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate China on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. China, you have the floor for a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
感谢主席先生，感谢世界遗产委员会认可巴丹吉林沙漠沙生湖泊群的突出普遍价值，感谢世界自然保护联盟和教科文组织秘书处开展的大量扎实有效的工作。下面，我想请中国教育部副部长、中国联合国教科文组织全委会主任陈杰先生发言。
尊敬的主席先生，我代表中华人民共和国教育部，代表中国联合国教科文组织全国委员会，感谢委员国对巴当吉林项目的认可和对中国的信任。巴当吉林项目是中国各级政府高度重视生态文明建设，统筹推进山水湖田林草沙一体化保护的重要成果。中国愿意与在座的缔约国一道，加强交流合作，携手为世界遗产公约做出更多贡献。主席先生，接下来我有请中国自然遗产管理部门的代表严成高先生发言。
尊敬的主席先生，好了。可以了。尊敬的主席先生，我代表中国政府世界自然遗产管理部门，感谢世界遗产委员会和世界遗产中心对中国巴达吉林沙漠沙山湖泊群自然遗产项目的支持和肯定，同时也感谢 IUCN 对生遗工作的指导和科学客观的评价。 我也借此机会感谢中国内蒙古自治区各级政府及其技术团队为本次工作付出的努力。我也要特别感谢当地社区给予的大力支持和理解，为保护全人类的共同遗产做出巨大贡献。八大金陵沙漠沙山湖泊群展示了沙漠景观多样的地质和地貌特征，对这一遗产地的成功列入，是对中国自然遗产保护工作的极大鼓励。中国政府高度重视生态文明建设，持续关注自然资源保护。我们将严格落实大会决议，做好八大金陵沙漠沙山湖泊群世界自然遗产的保护与管理，为世界自然遗产保护事业做出贡献。谢谢大家。
Cheers, Mr. Vice Minister and the people of the Republic of China. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination of the migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of Yellow Sea Bohai Gulf of China, Phase 2, a significant boundary modification of migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of Yellow Sea Bohai Gulf of China, Phase 1, China. IUCN, you have the floor.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slide, and we recommend the committee to approve the inclusion of 10 new component parts as an extension of the existing World Heritage property of the migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of Yellow Sea, Bohai, Gulf of China. The existing property consists of 2 component parts which were inscribed by the World Heritage Committee under Criterion 10 in 2019, and that inscription decision, which is 43com 8b.3 by the committee, included a number of requests for a Phase 2 nomination based on which the component parts of this, the component parts of the first phase which had been inscribed. And accordingly, IUCN has based its evaluation of this new phase of the nomination on those previous requests that were laid out by the committee. Next slide, please. So the present nomination, which has been amended through supplementary information, consists of 29 component parts proposed to be added to the existing 2 components. And in response to the IUCN interim report, the State Party revised the local boundaries of 5 component parts in supplementary information, with some examples shown on the present slide. The nominated component parts as revised comprise an area of almost 140,000 hectares, with buffer zones totaling almost 50,000 hectares in total. Next slide, please. So in comparison to the 415 bird species recorded in the existing component parts, a total of 562 bird species use the nominated component parts of the present Phase 2 extension nomination according to the dossier. All the nominated component parts host numerous bird species assessed as threatened in the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species. IUCN considers that the Phase 2 extension nomination does include many areas that are important for the Eastern Asian Australasian flyway, and these areas hold the potential to improve the integrity of the existing Phase 1 property. Next slide, please. There are, however, at present some of the mostly smaller nominated component parts that do not presently meet integrity requirements and that do not respond fully to the requests of the committee that I mentioned earlier in its earlier decision. These issues relate to integrity or protection and management, and they require revision of boundaries to enlarge the local extent of these proposed component parts and to align the boundaries to the maximum extent possible with the existing protected area boundary core zones. And in addition, it's necessary to confirm some of the additional key species information with some of those areas. In addition, the nomination includes component parts that clearly do not meet the protection and management requirements of the Convention, and these sites include some components which are open to oil exploration and with a number of other integrity and boundary concerns. Finally, next slide please, IUCN does note that there are some potential components that are not included in the present phase 2 nominations, which we consider could be added in a further phase of work to complete this series. And these include a number of critically important sites that have been identified in the phase 1 nomination dossier and in the state party's tentative list. And while supplementary information from the state party notes that there are some issues to be worked on, we do consider that these areas include places consistently identified as high priorities in the literature. And so we do consider these are worthy of consideration in a further extension to complete this nomination in line with the committee's original decision. And through such an extension, it could also be possible to include some of the areas that have been considered not to be included in our recommendation on this occasion, and to cover the issues that I've covered previously in this presentation, Mr. Chair. But that said, Mr. Chair, we are in a position with a nomination which bears considerable merit, includes many component parts which add to phase 1, and so we can put forward to you today a recommendation for inscription. We appreciate this is a complex nomination, so please we draw your attention to Annex 1 of the IUCN Evaluation Report on pages 60 and 61, which provides some details on this different interplay of current and potential component parts. And Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found in document 8B as shown on the slide, and it contains IUCN's recommendation to approve the extension of the property through the addition of the 10 nominated component parts that meet the protection and management and integrity requirements of this Convention's operational guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination.
Mr. Chair, we are delighted to see that since successful inscriptions of the site of the
Excuse me, please. Please wait for your turn from the chair.
We are delighted to see that since successful inscriptions...
Excuse me. Please wait until we give you your turn. We'll do that in a moment. Thank you. Vietnam will take the floor, then we go to Kenya, then Rwanda, then Zambia. Vietnam, you have the floor.
We are delighted to see that since the successful inscription of the site of the World Heritage List in 2019, State Party in accordance with decisions of the 41st sections of the World Heritage Committee initiated the phase 2 nomination process despite the challenges posed the pandemic. This unintricate task requiring in-depth scientific research, extensive social consultations, and stakeholder coordination. The nominated site under review the critical for the conservation of the bird, biodiversity, and present of significant contribution to global biodiversity conservation. That's why we support the draft decisions presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. We now move to Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. The East Asia-Australia flyway is one of the most important flyways, both in terms of its richness in migratory waterbirds and of its significant gathering of globally endangered species. The nominated properties are an irreplaceable habitat for the flyway. We extend our congratulations to China for the file and our gratitude to the World Heritage Center and IUCN for the evaluation and for the recommendations made. We recognize the exceptional value of the sanctuary sites and the need to support more sites of this nature to ensure their protection for the future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Rwanda, please.
Thank you, Chair. We are immensely pleased to see the great effort by the China State Party to nominate this serious site. Since the successful inscription of the migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of Yellow Sea, Bohai, Gulf of China, Phase 1, on the World Heritage List in 2019, China has overcome the impact of the pandemic and initiated the nomination of the second phase. These sites are located in China's most economically developed coastal areas where population density and economic activities pose significant challenges to both nature conservation and the local communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rwanda. We go to Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are grateful for this recommendation from IUCN. In just 3 years, China has achieved remarkable progress by extensively mobilizing resources, coordinating local communities and governments, and successfully completing the second phase nomination. We firmly support the inclusion of this series of nominated sites in the World Heritage List. Their successful inscription will represent a monumental contribution by the Chinese government to global biodiversity conservation and serve as an outstanding example of World Heritage nomination within migratory bird flyways. This action also actively advances the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and we hope that more migratory bird habitats will contribute to the 30 by 30 target as World Natural Heritage Sites in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We go to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Korea first welcomes this draft decision, and thanks to the State Party's hard work and efforts to protect intertidal habitats. This extension along the coast of Yellow Bohai Gulf is very significant to strengthen the protection of the remained habitats in the Yellow Sea. The components of the second phase submitted support 562 waterbird species, which is a higher number than those of phase 1. Recalling again the international importance of this intertidal area in the Yellow Sea, it will be necessary for the State Party to make a further extension of newly additional components and to do minor boundary modification to the other components in this phase 2. This would contribute not only protect the Yellow Sea, but also contribute to an international framework like protection and conservation of global biodiversity. Republic of Korea, as a country to share intertidal habitats in this Yellow Sea, we sincerely hope more close cooperation between two countries for strengthening the protection of intertidal habitats in the Yellow Sea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The World Heritage Site migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of the Yellow Sea, Bohai Gulf of China plays a crucial role in the conservation of migratory species, providing essential habitats for millions of birds along the East Asian Australian flyway. We agree with the analysis provided by IUCN and the Centre, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for their true examination and support to the Committee and the State Party in navigating this very complex dossier. We would therefore like to congratulate the State Party of China with the decision we are about to take as a committee and encourage the State Party to continue the completion of the series and include all relevant components, as well as to expand the boundaries of the nominated component parts as proposed in the draft decision. Thank you, Chair.
Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Nos congratulamos de la inscripción de este sitio. La ampliación de un santuario para proteger especies migratorias, y no hay nada más migratorio que el ser humano, son extremadamente importantes para la conservación de la vida en el planeta. Todo el sistema de Naciones Unidas trabaja en esto y nosotros desde aquí estamos dando un mensaje de la importancia que tiene esto para nosotros. Si desaparece una especie, las demás están en riesgo y nosotros somos una de las especies a conservar también. Muchas gracias y nos congratulamos por la inscripción de este sitio.
Thank you, Argentina. Let me give IUCN to make some clarifications.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to take the opportunity to respond to the short debate. Firstly, I think to recognise the consensus around the key issues that are on the table with this nomination and the great progress that has been made. I'd like to thank the delegation of Zambia for their comments about the potential that this shows to connect the World Heritage Convention to the Global Biodiversity Framework's 30 by 30 target, and also the synergies with the Convention on Migratory Species, which might also enable us to move forward some additional opportunities. And also I think it is appropriate to acknowledge the comments from the Republic of Korea about the joint efforts that are being made through different but coordinated nomination processes across the Yellow Sea ecosystems and the collaboration that was referred to. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would just like to return to note that this, in fact, and also the previous nomination of China, both suffered delays in our evaluation process due to the impacts of COVID. And so I would just like to reiterate also the thanks for the collaboration and dialogue which we've been able to sustain through those difficult times, and also to bring this evaluation process to a conclusion that looks forward to concrete and further next steps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all for your comments. I see no more questions and comments. Hence, I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46Com 8B.3. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't received any amendments, but duly noted the supports from Vietnam, Kenya, Rwanda, Zambia, Republic of Korea, Belgium and Argentina towards this draft decision. Thank you.
I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46Com 8B.3 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate China on behalf of the entire committee for the approval of the extension of this property. China, you have the floor for a brief 4-minute statement. Thank you.
谢谢主席先生，很高兴与大家共同见证中国黄渤海候鸟栖息地第2期项目成功列入世界遗产名录。中方感谢世界遗产委员会对项目突出普遍价值的高度认可，感谢教科文组织秘书处和国际自然保护联盟的大力支持。下面，我想请中国教育部副部长、中国联合国教科文组织全国委员会主任陈杰先生发言。
尊敬的主席先生，十分感谢我代表尊敬的主席先生，我代表中华人民共和国教育部，代表中国联合国教科文组织全国委员会，十分感谢委员会作出同意黄渤海候鸟栖息地2期拓展项目的决定。这代表了国际社会对中国生态环境保护工作的高度认可。黄渤海2期项目 既是中国的，也是世界的。项目保护的鸟类在全球范围内迁飞，是大自然赋予世界的珍宝，需要我们携手共同保护。中国将继续积极开展世界遗产领域的国际合作，支持非洲开展世界遗产能力建设，为保护全球生物多样性，推进人与自然和谐共生，共建地球生命共同体做出中国的贡献。接下来，我请中国自然遗产管理部门严成高先生发言。
尊敬的主席先生，我代表中国政府自然保护地主管部门、国家林业和草原局，再次感谢世界遗产委员会和遗产中心对中国黄渤海候鸟栖息地2期的支持和肯定，感谢技术评估机构 IUCN 的专业性的支持和指导。作为系列提名，本次提名涉及到中国河北省、辽宁省、上海市和山东省。为此，中国国家林业和草原局做了大量沟通协调工作。在此，我要特别感谢3省1市各级政府及林草主管部门、自然保护地管理机构、技术团队和当地社区群众对申遗工作的支持和贡献。中国政府充分认识到黄渤海重要栖息地的保护价值，通过建立保护地，依法对这些重要栖息地进行了保护。随着黄渤海候鸟栖息地2期申遗成功，2期将与1期形成整体，对实现这条迁飞路线上的系统保护具有十分重要的意义。我们将认真执行大会决定，逐步完善遗产地边界，加强对遗产地的保护和管理，同时与东亚、澳大利亚、西亚迁飞区内的缔约国加强国际合作，共同守护好这一具有全球意义的世界遗产，为实现昆明全球生物多样性框架做出积极贡献。再次感谢大家。
On an exceptional basis, I wish to give the floor to Australia for 2 minutes, but this is only if it is in support of the inscription.
Thank you, Chair. It certainly is. We also thank India for their leadership of this committee and for welcoming us to experience the wonders and warmth of the hospitality of New Delhi. Australia supports the nomination and the protection of various areas under Phase 2 along the coast of the Yellow Sea. The protection of Phase 2 sites is critically important for the conservation and recovery of Australia's migratory birds. These species are protected as matters of national environmental significance under our National Environmental Law, the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. A number of migratory shorebirds use the Phase 2 sites as staging areas while on migration to and from Australia. Australia encourages a Phase 3 nomination. The whole area is a critically important stopover site for migratory birds, and getting appropriate recognition and protection is key to ongoing conservation efforts. Australia thanks China on their ongoing commitment to protecting our shared migratory birds and looks forward to China hosting the next bilateral migratory bird agreement consultative meetings later in 2024. I thank you for your time.
Congratulations, China, and thank you so much, Australia. I'm sure even the migratory birds are happy. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination of Jetranica Cave, Ravno, Bosnia and Herzegovina. But before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsomo, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of Srebrenica Cave Ravno, and this is to be found on page 2 of the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Let me take that again. Thank you, Balsomo. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. Srebrenica Cave is nominated under criteria 7 and 10. Situated in the South Dinaric Karst, the nominated property boasts a wide range of karst features and attains a length of more than 7 kilometers. Next slide, please. The nominated property totals a surface area of more than 400 hectares, covering the extent of the cave system and its surrounding area. A buffer zone of slightly more than 4,600 hectares surrounds entirely the nominated area. IUCN notes that the nominated property boasts a remarkable level of cave biodiversity. It hosts 231 recorded taxa with numerous endemics. Many of the endemic species are tertiary and pre-tertiary relict species, hence essentially living fossils as their closest relatives went extinct. In addition, Srebrenica Cave hosts the only subterranean tube worm in the world. The Srebrenica Cave area is a biodiversity hotspot, housing a significant number of species living in underground water, and by far the highest number reported globally for species strictly bound to underground habitat. The range-restricted and highly specialized species underline the fragility of the nominated property's biodiversity values. Whilst IUCN considers that the nominated property is clearly significant at global level under criterion 10, IUCN concludes that criterion 7 is not met. The features described are typical of many hundreds of caves globally. Several World Heritage properties boast significantly larger and more geologically diverse cave systems. Srebrenica Cave currently meets integrity requirements. Though fragile, the cave ecosystem is currently intact and not facing significant threats. The boundaries of the nominated property and buffer zone adequately cover the cave system. In terms of protection and management, Srebrenica Cave is subject to a multi-layer governance involving federal, cantonal, and municipal authorities. The management plan is valid until 2031 and implemented by the Srebrenica public company Ravno, serving as the managing body, though funding and staffing for the management of the nominated property should be increased for the implementation of the management plan. The property is protected as a strict nature reserve and part of the protected landscape Srebrenica Popovo-Polje declared in 2021. However, the zonation of the protected landscape Srebrenica Popovo-Polje remains to be completed and clearly mapped out, as the attributes of the potential OUV of the nominated property are fragile and prone to impacts from upstream sections. There is a need to demonstrate that sufficient water quality and water inflow into the Srebrenica cave system will be guaranteed in the long term. Changes in water regimes and quality can negatively affect the abundance of important cave-dwelling species. Therefore, it is important to ensure that careful analysis and mitigation of factors affecting the hydrological regime and water quality at the scale of the catchment of Srebrenica Cave. In conclusion, IUCN considers that Srebrenica Cave holds strong potential to justify criterion 10. However, IUCN considers protection and management requirements are only partially met at the time of the evaluation of this property, and therefore recommended the committee to refer the nominated property to allow the state party to address the recommendations outlined in the draft decision, which can be found in document 8B as shown on the slide. And Mr. Chair, in closing, IUCN would like to extend its gratitude to the state party for the very fruitful dialogue throughout the entire nomination and evaluation process, including during this committee session, which enabled further clarifications. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. We have Turkey, Argentina, Belgium, Greece, Qatar, Kazakhstan. We can invite Turkey to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Bosnian authorities for the preparation of this nomination dossier. Also, I would like to thank ICOMOS for the presentation. We carefully examined the nomination dossier and the advisory body evaluation, and we believe that this nomination deserves careful attention for its quality and uniqueness of the natural site. In this regard, the most important thing is to underline that the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, considers that the nominated property holds a very strong potential to meet criterion. Furthermore, we understand that the state party adequately addressed all the concerns regarding the protection of management. All these elements were explained and provided during the evaluation mission, but also in the recent submission of responses by Bosnia and Herzegovina to the World Heritage Committee. Dear colleagues, the IUCN notes that the Vjetrenice cave not only holds one of the richest, if not the richest cave fauna in the world, it also includes the richest subterranean amphipod community worldwide. Moreover, the nominated property has been recognized as one of the world's most important biodiversity hotspots for cave-dwelling fauna. The World Conservation Monitoring Center's comparative analysis also concluded that the biodiversity of this property appears to be of global significance due to its exceptional subterranean biodiversity. Regarding the IUCN's concerns about the watershed management, according to the response provided by the authorities of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the existing plans and studies provide for long-term water supply and water quality as attested by the Adriatic Sea Watershed Agency of Mostar and the public institution Vodosrpske Bijeljina Department for Management of the Trebnjska River Basin. Bearing all the above in mind, we firmly believe that the Vjetrenice cave deserves to be inscribed on the World Heritage List and therefore propose to amend the text of the decision and to inscribe the Vjetrenice cave, Ravno, under the criteria 10 on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Primero quiero hacer un breve comentario sobre el pasado de esta convención o de estas reuniones del comité. En algún momento pareció que había como una diferencia de criterios con los órganos evaluadores. Quiero que esto quede bien claro, no existe esta diferencia. Felicitamos muy ampliamente, muy firmemente el trabajo de IUCN y de los órganos evaluadores que nos ayudan a tomar nuestras decisiones. Solamente que cada uno tiene que cumplir con su rol. En este caso, entendemos las preocupaciones, las compartimos, como también seguramente las comparte Bosnia con el trabajo que está haciendo. Queremos destacar el tema más importante, que es uno de los sitios más importantes de biodiversidad subterránea. En la inscripción anterior, también teníamos un caso de biodiversidad pero muy importante. Por lo tanto, nos hubiera gustado también que se aplicara el criterio 7, lamentablemente no está, pero el 10 sí está, y está muy firme. Y creemos que podemos seguir adelante con el trabajo para garantizar que las preocupaciones sean tenidas en cuenta, y auguramos a que el bien sea inscripto bajo el criterio 10. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Argentina, we go to Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We wish to extend our sincere appreciation for the delicate efforts and thorough consideration given to the dossier concerning the Vitrenica cave in Bosnia from the advisory body and the World Heritage Center once more. We are convinced that the inscription based on criterion 10 is entirely justified. And I'm not going to echo the statement that has been done by Turkey that we fully support. We think that the concerns regarding protection and zonation have been sufficiently covered. And that's why, Mr. Chair, we would like to co-author the amendment that has been proposed by Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. We go to Greece.
Thank you, Chairman. Our delegation would like to commend the State Party for elaborating this nomination file of Jedrenica Cave and to thank the advisory board for its detailed report. Our delegation would like also to express its support to the proposed amendment recommending the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List. As demonstrated in the nomination file, Jedrenica is one of the richest caves in terms of fauna in the world. A total of 231 taxa of subterranean biodiversity has been recorded, including 14 fungi and 35 protist species. The nominated property also stands out as an exceptional example of single genus diversity, whereas it hosts 21 plant species that are endemic to the Balkans. Mr. Chair, given all the above, we support the inscription of Jedrenica Cave under criterion 10, and we are confident that with appropriate management, as well as the guidance and support of the advisory bodies, most of the challenges that the property faces will be addressed and put in place in order to ensure its protection and conservation. I congratulate the State Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Greece. Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by appreciating the constructive comments and recommendations provided by the World Heritage Center and IUCN on this nomination. State of Qatar would like to support the amendment proposal by Turkey for the inscription of the site Jedrenica Cave, as it provides valuable remarks on the basis of criteria 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Qatar. Dear colleagues, we will resume our work this afternoon at 3 p.m. with a continuation of the examination of the nomination of Bosnia and Herzegovina, followed by the nomination from France, and then we will follow the order. For the order foreseen in the timetable, which is uploaded on the website. Before closing, allow me to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center. Before I hand it over to him, I'll kindly ask him to read out the names of the state parties that will take the floor when we resume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following state parties, members of the committee, will take the floor in the following order: Kazakhstan, Jamaica, Italy, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, Republic of Korea, and India. And after India, Zambia. Thank you, Chairperson. Now, I just want to provide you with some announcement of side events to take place during lunchtime. 4 side events will take place. The first side event is organized by Malaysia that will showcase its cultural heritage and natural heritage, entitled Sarawak, Malaysia, A Journey Through Culture, Nature, and Heritage. And this side event is in room MR6. And the side event is accompanied, it's an exhibition which will also stay until 28 July in the same room. The second side event is organized by the United Arab Emirates, and more specifically by the Sharjah Archaeological Authority, and the event is entitled Digital Preservation Ensuring Cultural Legacy. And this side event will start at 1:30 in room MR19. And the third, we have 2 side events organized by Category 2 centers. One event called Investing in Heritage in Africa and the Arab World, co-organized by the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage, ARCWH, and the African World Heritage Fund, AWH. And this side event will start immediately now in room MR15. The other side event is entitled Big Data for Sustainable Development of World Heritage Sites. And it is organized by the International Center on Space Technologies for Natural and Cultural Heritage. It also starts at 1 p.m. now in room MR10. Let me also remind everyone that we will have the budget group meeting, which will start at 2 p.m. in the Bureau meeting room. Thank you, Chairperson.
We meet after lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Delegates, please take your seats. It's past 3 p.m. and we need to begin our afternoon session. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, with your permission, let's resume our session. I hope you had a pleasant lunch break. I would like to thank His Excellency, the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Kenya to UNESCO for his excellent conduct of the meeting of the session this morning as Vice Chairperson. We are now going to resume the examination of our agenda item 8B. But before we do that, I had received a request from the distinguished delegate of the United States of America to take the floor for a brief 2-minute period to make an announcement that is in conjunction with the 1970 convention related to the culture sector. You have the floor, Excellency. Can't hear you, 1 second. Can we hear her? Because other than in the translation, one cannot hear the United States.
Okay, can you hear me now? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier today, the United States and India signed a new bilateral cultural property agreement, which is the mechanism which the U.S. implements the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. With this important agreement with India, the United States has reached the milestone of having 30 bilateral agreements on culture. The United States is unwavering in its commitment to protect and preserve cultural heritage around the world and to prevent trafficking in cultural property. It is absolutely exciting for us to do this at the UNESCO World Heritage Committee meeting, and I want to take this opportunity to thank our distinguished chair for hosting us and for partnering with the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We are now going to resume the examination of our agenda item 8B. As indicated before, we adjourned for lunch. We will start the session this afternoon with the remaining speakers on the pending nomination of Srebrenica Cave, Ravno, Bosnia and Herzegovina. I will ask the Secretariat to read the list of speakers. Mr. Director, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all. I will read again the list of speakers, and I will read them in the order they are going to take the floor. So we will start by Kazakhstan, then Jamaica, then Italy, followed by Bulgaria, then Ukraine, then Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, then Republic of Korea, then India, and last, Zambia. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan, to be followed by Jamaica. Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We have carefully studied the nomination of Srebrenica Cave and strongly believe it has the outstanding universal value and fulfills the needed criteria to be inscribed in the World Heritage List as one of the world's important biodiversity hotspots for cave-dwelling fauna. It is noteworthy that the State Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina already handles Vetrinica not only as a national protected area, but also as a Natura 2000 site. The corresponding proposal for inclusion in the network is ready and waiting to be legally adopted. One of the concerns of the advisory body in the draft decision was the water quality and long-term inflow, and for this we have received additional guarantees of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Both state bodies responsible for water in the country guarantee there are no direct impacts on the water regime except the influence of the natural hydrological and hydrogeological regimes. The water quality is also substantiated by the physical-chemical analysis provided by the University of Sarajevo, which also conducts monitoring within its research programs. It should be noted that the site is also studied intensively molecularly. There is a range of microbiome studies of the bacterial composition of the cave, which is high-ended proof of the water quality, as no traces of bacterial indicators of water pollution were found in these studies. Instead, the new generation sequencing efforts have demonstrated very promising and interesting results, which are now being published. Distinguished committee members, we believe the State Party will maintain the outstanding universal value of this cave, and we ask for the support of the proposed amendments. I thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jamaica, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamaica commends the Bosnian Authority for bringing this site to our attention. Having proven criterion 10, the nominated property stands out with its remarkable cave biodiversity and endemicity. The Vetrinica Cave is one of the longest caves in the State Party, and its biodiversity is outstanding and includes some of the richest cave fauna of the world. We appreciate the work of the World Heritage Center and IUCN and note their recommendations, which include a confirmation of the exact and correct area of the nominated property and its buffer zone. There is also a requirement to confirm the protection status of the property and provide an updated assessment of its current threats. Having had extensive dialogue with the State Party's experts, Jamaica believes these matters have already been addressed with the implementation of new and existing systems. Further, the supplemental information provided by the State Party has responded to the queries and include a confirmation that the water quality and water flow in the cave system is not compromised. Jamaica also commends the State Party for all its efforts and for oversight, and encourages the State Party to submit the required report to the World Heritage Center by December 1st, 2025 for its review by the IUCN. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Italy, followed by Bulgaria.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And since it's the first time I take the floor during this committee, let me congratulate for your knowledge and experience in the leadership of this session. Italy warmly congratulates Bosnia and Herzegovina for this extraordinary nomination. We fully support its inscription, and we totally share the advisory body evaluation, in particular when IUCN acknowledges Vetrinica Cave as one of the world's most important biodiversity hotspots for cave-dwelling fauna, as well as when it is recognized that the integrity requirements of the operational guidelines are met. Concerning protection and management requirements, though the evaluation is not totally positive, the gap is easily bridgeable with the recommendations proposed in the amendments presented by Turkey, which we thank for its excellent work. Moreover, IUCN and several experts strongly emphasize that Vetrinica Cave may hold the potential to serve as a component part in a generic karst serial nomination transboundary extension nomination under Criterion 8. Such a possible future nomination, in addition to opening up a positive process of collaboration and partnership among different European countries like Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Italy, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia, could enrich the World Heritage List of natural sites with an important and extensive transnational property throughout Europe, increasing long-term conservation and management efforts for all the attributes of the exceptional geological phenomenon or karst. In this regard, Italy supports the decision as amended by Turkey with a suggestion of a minor modification which we will explain better during the discussion of the text. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Bulgaria, followed by Ukraine.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, we carefully examined the nomination documents for Veternica Cave. With its 231 taxa, the cave is undoubtedly a biodiversity hotspot and is among the richest caves in the world in terms of fauna. Impressive are not only the total number of established species, but also the active speciation processes which led to the formation of high endemism and exceptional diversity even within a single genus, perhaps the highest recorded in the world. We therefore consider that the site meets criterion 10 and deserves to be inscribed on the World Heritage List. We've read the report of the advisory body and fully agree with their findings and recommendations. We also noted the IUCN finding that there are currently no significant threats to the karst cave system and its biodiversity. Weaknesses in the nomination documentation and in the current management of the site are important, but they do not significantly affect the conservation of the outstanding university value of the site. We believe that the inclusion of the property in the World Heritage List would play a very stimulating role for the state party to mobilize the necessary resources and fulfill the recommendations of IUCN for reliable conservation of the cave system and its biodiversity. Thus, we believe that the site should be inscribed on the World Heritage List and support the amendment submitted by Turkey and co-authored by Kazakhstan and Belgium. Thank you.
I thank you. Now I give the floor to Ukraine, to be followed by Samvinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We have carefully studied the nomination dossier Vetrinica Cave from the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina and came to the conclusion that this is indeed a very important object that, in our opinion, definitely demonstrates an outstanding universal value. Therefore, Ukraine supports the proposal of Turkey and other states party to inscribe the Vetrinica Cave on the World Heritage List based on criterion 10. Generic karst is a unique natural phenomenon which is characterized by a specific relief and numerous cave systems, including the deepest in the world. A huge underground ecosystem has been formed here, known first of all for its unique biodiversity, which is represented mainly by endemic troglobian species. However, we want to draw attention to another aspect. The Vetrinica Cave is only a small part of the Dinaric karst, and its inscription in the World Heritage List can initiate the process of creating on its basis a powerful serial and transnational site, will property represent the entire region. This was the case with the World Heritage Site, ancient and primeval beech forest of Carpathian and other regions of Europe, to which I am directly related. It began with a relatively small Ukraine-Slovak property, primeval beech forest of Carpathian, and which has now turned into a huge pan-European site, including 93 component parts from the territory of 18 European countries. And this is not the end. Of course, in the case of the Dinaric karst, it is hardly possible to achieve such a scale, but it is necessary to strive for it. So we wish good luck in this work. Thank you.
I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, followed by India.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. St. Vincent and the Grenadines believes that the Vetrinica Cave, Ravno in Bosnia and Herzegovina, is worthy of special attention given the uniqueness of this natural site. The exceptional biodiversity of cave-dwelling fauna and natural habitat for endemic species of gastropods and other creatures is well known to the world. We commend the fruitful dialogue between IUCN and the state parties, which led to clarification and explanations on some issues in the file. Consequently, St. Vincent and the Grenadines supports the amendments presented by Turkey, and we are looking forward to seeing an extension of such a site in the other countries in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India, to be followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The State Party of India would like to highlight that while terrestrial biodiversity, those above ground, is well identified and recognized, it's the richness and endemism of the less understood but fascinating subterranean fauna that the nominated party, namely the namely the Jetrenica caves in Bosnia and Herzegovina, preserves. That is particularly striking. Accordingly, global recognition to such values would be a significant contribution to the World Heritage domain. In addition, the nominated property demonstrates a long history of and improving layers of legal protection mechanisms. A wide range of local stakeholders appears to have been involved in the process of preparing the nomination for this property. Jetrenica Cave also play an important role for the local identity. It is worthwhile to note that currently the nominated property is not facing any significant threats that may likely impact the natural values of the nominated property. Therefore, the State Party of India supports the nomination of the Jetrenica Caves in Bosnia-Herzegovina to be inscribed on the World Heritage List under Criteria 10. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Zambia and thereafter give it to the Republic of Korea, whose name we had missed. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to appreciate your wise leadership during this session, including your Vice Chair. Mr. Chairman, I would like to also thank the advisory body, IUCN, for the good work being done on which they have done on this site. More than that, we would like to also appreciate the State Party of Bosnia for having identified this beautiful site. As a State Party of Zambia, we would like to point out the fact that it is gratifying that much as the site did not meet the geodiversity criterion, but it also provides an opportunity for more research linking three thematic areas within the natural heritage, that is geodiversity, hydrological or hydrosphere, as well as biodiversity. So when you look at the three, if you start linking them, you will be able to see opportunities for more research, and especially that the rich biodiversity found at this particular site, it is of global significance in that it serves itself as the richest biodiversity hotspot looking at the subterranean ecosystem. So for us, we believe, as a state part of Zambia, we believe this site is very important, and therefore looking at the richness of species of subterranean nature, it already meets criterion 10, and beyond that, when it comes to issues of threats, these have been dealt with, and the aspects of the buffer zone having been dealt with, they give us that confidence that as a state part of Zambia, we should rally behind all those state parties that have supported the amendment by the state party of Turkey. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
But before you submit, can you please let me know about the wonderful dress that you are wearing today? Because I know the red dress which you are going to gift me, this new dress, is it some symbolic? I would love to hear about it.
Thank you, Chair. The dress you saw me with the other day, and the two dresses, those are representing the Western culture of Zambia. That is the Barotse floodplains or Western province. Then this attire you've seen me today with, this is representing the Ngoni or Zulu culture. I'm saying Zulu because the Ngonis came from South Africa, the KwaZulu-Natal, and they migrated all the way through Central Africa up to somewhere near East Africa and Tanzania and went back into Zambia. And they settled on the eastern part of Zambia. So this is the Ngoni traditional attire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And after hearing that, I love Africa even more. Thank you. I now go to the Republic of Korea, to be followed by Japan.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Republic of Korea takes a special note that Veteranicha Cave has an international importance of supporting high diversity, biodiversity, and endemic species of cave-dwelling fauna. 78% of the stygofauna that are endemic to the Dinaric region is dependent on this nominated property. And this property is also highlighted as an exceptional example of a single genus diversity not to be seen in any other caves in the world. We believe these attributes inherent in this nominated property are enough to meet the criterion 10, and the necessary protection and management has been ensured by the state party. Therefore, we join the other committee members in supporting the inscription of the nominated property on the World Heritage List with the proposed amendment of the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Chairperson. As other committee members stated, we believe nominated property merits inscription based on criterion 10. We had a conversation with State Party of Bosnia and Herzegovina and IUCN, and our concerns have been resolved. Therefore, we also support the proposed amendment to the inscription based on criterion 10. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now that the member states have finished, I would like to give the floor to the Observer State Party of Australia. Just 1 second. I see all the committee members have spoken. Any other committee member that would like to take the floor at this point in time? I see none. Yes, Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme les autres membres du comité, nous constatons avec beaucoup de plaisir que la faune tertiaire contenue dans cette grotte est un patrimoine universel exceptionnel. Et certaines espèces endémiques sont presque des espèces fossiles. Et en tant qu'archéologue, je suis très excité par cette faune-là. Donc je pense, comme les autres membres du comité, que ceci doit être inscrit.
Thank you.
So now that everyone has spoken,
I will ask. Yeah, there is no question asked by anyone, so ECOMOS, IUCN, there's no point. IUCN, you'd like to take the floor. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving IUCN the floor. And we'd like to extend our thanks to all esteemed committee members for their comments. With your permission, I would like to highlight just 1 point also in relation to what the distinguished delegate of Italy has mentioned regarding the transnational or extension potential of the nominated area. So our evaluation report also points to the IUCN thematic study on the World Heritage Cave and Karst, which explores these options as well. There has also been in the past a pilot upstream process. These are strands that could potentially be connected in that regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have now seen that the committee member from the committee member Kenya has raised its plate. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. To save on your time and the committee's time, we would want to fully support the inscription of this very unique site, which has a very wide diversity of biodiversity and a very unique environment and unique combination. Thank you, Chair.
I see that there are no further comments. We shall now proceed. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46Com 8B.4. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Concernant l'inscription de la grotte de Vietrenica en Bosnie-Herzégovine, nous avons reçu 2 amendements. Le premier a été soumis par la Turquie, coécrit par le Kazakhstan et la Belgique, et vient d'être soutenu en salle par l'Argentine, la Jamaïque, l'Italie, la Bulgarie, l'Ukraine, Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines, l'Inde, la Zambie, la République de Corée, le Japon et le Kenya. J'espère que je n'ai oublié personne entre l'interruption de la session et maintenant. D'autre part, nous avons reçu un deuxième amendement mineur de la part de l'Italie, un petit peu avant l'interruption, qui n'a pas eu le temps d'avoir été circulé. Nous le présenterons rapidement. Et celui-ci a reçu le soutien de la Turquie et de la Belgique. Je commence avec le paragraphe 2 et le changement du référé à l'inscription. Inscrit la grotte de Vietrenica, Ravno, Bosnie-Herzégovine, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial sur la base du critère 10. Paragraphe 3 est, si vous le permettez, légèrement réécrit afin de correspondre aux standards et aux règles lorsqu'on passe d'un référé à une inscription pour donner « Prends note de la déclaration provisoire de valeur universelle exceptionnelle suivante ». Et le texte de la déclaration de valeur universelle est disponible en langue anglaise. Paragraphe 4 se félicite de la pleine acceptation des recommandations de l'UICN par l'État partie afin de garantir des ressources supplémentaires pour renforcer les capacités de l'institution publique Vietrenica, comme l'a souligné l'UICN. 5. Se félicite de la confirmation par l'État partie qu'une qualité et un afflux de l'eau suffisants dans le réseau de grottes de Vietrenica sont garantis à long terme. 6. Recommande que l'État partie prenne en considération les points suivants. A. Améliorer davantage la cohérence de la cartographie et du zonage du paysage protégé de Vietrenica, Popovo-Polje, en particulier dans le cadre du nouveau plan d'aménagement de la municipalité de Ravno qui est en cours d'élaboration. B. S'assurer que la gestion hydrologique, y compris la qualité et l'afflux de l'eau dans le bien, est suffisamment suivie. J'attire l'attention du Président sur le fait que sur ce paragraphe qui contient les recommandations à l'État partie, c'est sur ce paragraphe que l'Italie aurait un second amendement à porter à la connaissance du reste du comité. Enfin, dernier paragraphe, 7, demande à l'État partie de soumettre au Centre du patrimoine mondial avant le 1er décembre 2025 un rapport sur la mise en œuvre des recommandations susmentionnées pour examen par l'UICN. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We have received excuse me, a request from Italy to be followed by Argentina. We have received the request from Italy. The mic of Italy is not working. Can you please help? Technical team, we need you here.
Italy.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks, and as it has been also highlighted again by the IUCN, and which I thank again, in the spirit of the convention, it's important to keep always the door open for a possible, potential future transnational, transboundary serial nomination site. I think this promotes international collaboration, and this is one of the real added value of UNESCO in the world. In this spirit, we would like to make reference to the original Para 3A. So if we can go back to the, yes, recommends the state party to explore to what extent it could be possible to envisage in future a potential serial transnational extension to enable a complete representation of the dynamic caste, including in relation to criteria 8 and 10. So this para can be perfectly put as the rapporteur suggested in the new para 6. And this is just to respect a potential for the future of this very outstanding nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. We give the floor to Argentina to be followed by Qatar.
Gracias, señor presidente. En nuestra primera intervención creímos haber manifestado claramente nuestro apoyo a esta inscripción, que sabemos que va a ser adoptada. Queremos estar en la lista de co-sponsors y sumarnos también al proyecto de enmiendas presentado en este momento por Italia. Consideramos que es sumamente importante esta posibilidad. Nuestro país tiene mucha experiencia en este tipo de inscripciones multinacionales o seriadas y nos parece muy importante que se deje la puerta abierta para que en el futuro nos aboquemos mucho más a este tipo de posibilidades. Gracias.
Thank you. We now give the floor to Qatar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Malgré notre intervention avant la pause de déjeuner, on a bien soutenu la proposition de la Turquie. C'est la raison pourquoi nous voulons ajouter le Qatar parmi les États qui soutiennent la proposition de Turquie. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Greece, you have the floor.
Ça y est maintenant. Même chose, Monsieur le Président, comme Argentine et Qatar. On voudrait voir notre accord dans le texte. Merci.
Thank you. I see that Senegal and Ukraine have also raised their plate. So first, the distinguished representative of Senegal, to be followed by Ukraine.
Monsieur le Président, c'est juste pour rappeler que nous avons aussi soutenu la proposition.
Thank you. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Merci. Nous voudrions que notre nom soit inscrit dans le maintenant. Merci.
I guess Italy also wants to have its name added. Please add the name of Italy, Mr. Rapporteur. Thank you. Yes, St. Vincent, India, Bulgaria. Yes, Rapporteur, please read them.
Je propose de les lire et sachez qu'ils seront bien rajoutés pour gagner du temps si vous le permettez. Donc Turquie, Kazakhstan, Belgique avant la présentation. Ensuite Argentine, Jamaïque, Italie, Bulgarie, Ukraine, Saint-Vincent, Inde, Zambie, République de Corée, Japon, Kenya, Qatar, Grèce, Sénégal. Merci.
Thank you. Have all the names been added? I see no requests for intervention. We shall now go para by para. Let's go to para 1. I see no objections. Para 2. How it appears on the screen. Scroll down. I see no objections. Para 3. And the same lists of names, please copy paste. The statement of outstanding universal value, go down. I see no request for any interventions. Para 4 and 5. Para 6. Including its subsections. Para 7. Okay, no one has raised any plate for any interventions. We'll go right at the top before we adopt this para as a whole. Is there any objection or comment? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46Com 8B.4 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Bosnia and Herzegovina on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. As a mark of respect for the Bosnian culture, I will permit me to say a statement in the Bosnian language, and please forgive me if my pronunciation in Bosnian is not very good. Čestitam vam na upisu. Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have the floor for a brief two-minute statement. Thank you. Or 4 minutes. Thank you.
Dear Chairman, dear committee members, on behalf of the delegation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I would like to thank you for the inscription of Jatrenica Cave on the UNESCO World Heritage List. The inscription of Jatrenica Cave on the World Heritage List is very important for us. This is a great day for us, for our country, especially for the people of the small municipality of Ravno and all the people involved in the management and protection of the Jatrenica Cave. We are confident that the inscription of Jatrenica Cave on the World Heritage List adds additional value to the world's natural heritage alongside other sites already on the list. I express our full commitment to protect and manage the Jatrenica Cave in accordance with the committee's decision and UNESCO guidelines. I take this opportunity to congratulate our host, the Government of India, for great organization of this event and extraordinary hospitality. Also, I take this opportunity to invite you to visit Bosnia and Herzegovina and Jatrenica Cave. Thank you once again.
Thank you. We go to the next item. I now invite ECOMOS and IUCN to present the mixed nomination of Tehenua Enata, the Marquesa Islands, France. But before I give the floor I will give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons reçu une notification d'erreur factuelle concernant l'évaluation du dossier TEOA ENATA les îles Marquises. Et ceci se trouve à la page 8 du document INF 8B4 de la version française et version anglaise. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS and IUCN, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'évaluation de l'UCN se trouve aux pages indiquées sur la diapositive. L'UCN recommande au comité d'inscrire TEONA ENATA, les îles Marquises, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Prochain diapo, please. Le site est proposé comme bien mixte au regard des critères naturels 7, 9 et 10, associés aux critères culturels 3, 4 et 6. Concernant le critère 7, le bien est marqué par des crêtes acérées, des pylons et des falaises impressionnantes qui s'élèvent de manière abrupte à plus de 1000 mètres au-dessus de l'océan. La partie marine accueille un spectacle de la vie sauvage exceptionnelle. Au sujet du critère 9, le bien abrite un endémisme exceptionnel et possède des biomasses de poissons les plus élevées au monde. Les eaux marquiniennes sont reconnues comme l'une des aires marines sauvages les plus importantes de la planète. Prochaine diapo, please. Concernant le critère 10, le bien dispose d'une biodiversité terrestre et marine composée de 40 espèces marines emblématiques, 26 espèces de raies et requins, 16 espèces de mammifères marins et une tortue marine reconnue comme espèce menacée selon la liste rouge de l'UCN. Également, plus de 40 espèces de poissons retrouvées dans ce bien sont endémiques de l'écorégion. Prochaine diapo. Au sujet de l'intégrité, le bien garantit une continuité des sommets à la mer. Les limites des éléments terrestres sont basées sur les caractéristiques paysagères les plus importantes et les plus intactes, satisfaisant aux critères naturels et culturels. En ce qui concerne la gestion, le bien dispose d'un plan de gestion à long terme couvrant la période 2024-2039, basé sur la conservation de sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Toutefois, Monsieur le Président, il est important que le nouveau plan général d'aménagement intègre pleinement les limites et les zones tampons du bien proposé. En termes de protection, l'UCN considère que le bien remplit également les obligations sur le plan juridique et réglementaire. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, l'UCN recommande au comité d'inscrire le bien TEONA ENATA, les îles Marquises, sur la liste du patrimoine mondial au titre des critères naturels 7, 9 et 10. Avec votre permission, Monsieur le Président, l'ICOMOS va compléter cette présentation avec les critères culturels. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le rapport d'évaluation de l'ICOMOS se trouve dans le document INF 8B1 à la page 279 de la version anglaise et à la page 306 de la version française. L'ICOMOS a reçu une lettre d'erreur factuelle et a accepté certaines de ces erreurs. Contraints par la topographie des îles, les ENATA, êtres humains en marquisien, se sont installés dans les vallées profondes et encassées du haut de crête jusqu'à la côte, où ils ont construit des plateformes lithiques à 2 niveaux, pas épais, avec fonction résidentielle. La plupart des sites archéologiques inclus dans le bien proposé pour inscription sont des structures monumentales en pierre sèche, certains très imposants et d'autres comprenant des pétroglyphes et ou des statues en pierre taillée, tiki. Le périmètre bien proposé pour inscription comprend 8 vallées. 3 sont situées dans l'île de Nukuhiva. L'île de Wapu comprend 2 vallées jumelles et des autres vallées sont situées sur l'île de Ivawa. La dernière des vallées identifiées est située sur l'île de Fatuiva. Les lignes de crête étaient constamment surveillées pour prévenir toute invasion ennemie, ce qui conduisit à la construction de fortifications, pas des postes de guet ou d'espaces de stockage de nourriture, Wama. Les cours d'eau principaux définissaient l'axe vital depuis le fond de la vallée, Vao, jusqu'à la mer, Tai, et contribuaient à structurer le schéma de peuplement en 3 zones fonctionnelles: le littoral et la basse vallée, le centre de la vallée et le fond de la vallée. Le bien proposé constitue un témoignage exceptionnel sur l'occupation territoriale de l'archipel des Marquises par les Enata entre le Xe et le XIXe siècle, sur leur adaptation à un environnement naturel difficile et à la disponibilité limitée des matériaux de construction, sur leur schéma de peuplement dans des vallées, ainsi que sur leur organisation sociale et spirituelle en chefferie. L'ICOMOS considère que l'analyse comparative explique clairement la sélection des éléments constitutifs. Également, l'analyse comparative démontre que le bien proposé pour inscription se distingue au regard de l'ère géoculturelle, la Polynésie, en tant que témoignage exceptionnel du mode de vie et des traditions de construction des Enata, de leur interaction avec l'environnement et de leur occupation territoriale des îles Marquises. L'ICOMOS considère que le critère 3 est pleinement justifié, mais les critères 4 et 6 ne sont pas justifiés. Certains des arguments présentés pour justifier les critères 4 et 6 soutiennent plutôt la justification du critère 3. L'ICOMOS considère que les conditions d'intégrité et d'authenticité de l'ensemble de la série et de chaque élément constitutif sont remplies. Dans leur ensemble, les éléments constitutifs offrent une représentation complète du mode de vie des Enata et des liens sociaux, spatiaux et fonctionnels associés à leur occupation territoriale des îles Marquises. La transmission orale des récits, mythes et légendes, conjuguée aux écrits des premiers visiteurs et aux travaux ethnographiques, a permis de conserver des connaissances importantes sur l'histoire et les significations sociales de ce lieu. Le tas de conservation du bien proposé pour l'inscription est satisfaisant et les limites du bien proposé pour inscription et des zones tampons sont appropriées en tant que bien mixte. L'ensemble des principaux sites archéologiques situés au sein du bien proposé pour inscription doivent être inventoriés au plus court délai et désignés au titre du Code du patrimoine, et les restrictions légales et ou coutumières complémentaires posées à l'utilisation et à l'aménagement dans les zones tampons doivent être renforcées. Le plan général d'aménagement est une priorité et doit être achevé d'ici à 2025, comme l'envisage l'État partie. Les systèmes de gestion et en matière de gouvernance doivent aussi être renforcés. La mise en œuvre du plan de gestion devra être soutenue par l'élaboration de plans de travail pour être efficace, ainsi que par des évaluations à mi-parcours. De manière générale, les systèmes de gestion pour le bien proposé pour inscription doivent intégrer les patrimoines culturels et naturels pour une gestion efficace en tant que bien mixte. Voici un résumé de l'évaluation de l'ICOMOS de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle proposée pour le bien proposé pour inscription. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que le bien Enata, les îles Marquises, France, soit inscrit sur la liste patrimoine mondial sur la base du critère 3 et des critères naturels et a inclus un certain nombre de recommandations supplémentaires dans le projet de décision pour soutenir la conservation à la long terme. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your presentations. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ce bien a été proposé pour inscription sur la base des critères culturels 3, 4, 6 et des critères naturels 7, 9 et 10. L'UICN considère que les critères naturels 7, 9 et 10 sont justifiés, alors que l'ICOMOS retient uniquement le critère 3. Tout en félicitant l'ICOMOS pour la qualité de son évaluation, nous considérons que la proposition d'écarter le critère 6 ne nous paraît pas justifiée. En effet, afin de justifier sa proposition d'écarter ce critère, l'ICOMOS note que le mode de vie des Enata, qui a subsisté du Xe au XIXe siècle, n'existe pratiquement plus aujourd'hui, que les zones bâties incluses dans le bien ne sont plus utilisées comme lieu de vie et ne sont pas non plus associées à des pratiques actuelles. L'ICOMOS reconnaît toutefois que de nombreux récits, mythes, légendes liés à des paysages réels ou cosmologiques sont encore très présents aujourd'hui et que l'esprit et l'impression du lieu où se situent les vestiges archéologiques et leur représentation des activités ancestrales sont encore très fortement perçus par les marquisiens d'aujourd'hui. Je cite, de nombreux biens sur la liste ont été inscrits sur la base du critère 6, alors même qu'ils ne sont plus directement associés à des critères actuels. Les orientations indiquent que le bien doit être directement ou matériellement associé à des événements ou des traditions vivantes, mais également à des idées ou à des croyances. Tout en reconnaissant la quasi-disparition des Enata et le fait que le choc démographique ainsi que l'acculturation contemporaine au contact européen ait pu s'opposer à la transmission de certains savoirs anciens auprès des habitants des îles Marquises, il n'en reste pas moins que, pour les communautés locales vivant dans l'un des archipels les plus isolés du monde, les principaux attributs du bien ne peuvent pas être perçus comme de simples objets archéologiques ayant un pur intérêt scientifique, car ils témoignent du rapport avec leurs ancêtres, le rapport de leurs ancêtres avec l'environnement naturel, roches, plantes, animaux terrestres et marins, et se rattachent à des systèmes de croyances liés aux origines du monde. La reconnaissance par l'UNESCO de la dimension spirituelle et des valeurs immatérielles rattachées au bien constituerait pour les populations marquisiennes une valorisation de leur identité et de leur histoire et contribuerait de ce fait à la sauvegarde durable du bien. Nous avons donc proposé d'ajouter le critère 6 au critère 3 reconnu par l'ICOMOS. Merci.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Belgium, followed by Argentina.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Belgique souscrit à tout ce que vient de dire notre collègue honorable du Liban. Nous n'aurions pas pu le dire mieux. Donc nous proposons également d'inscrire cette proposition sur la base du critère 6. Car la Belgique se réjouit pleinement de l'inscription sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de Tehenoa et Nata, les îles Marquises, et remercie la France et la population des Marquises pour l'engagement dans la préservation de cet ensemble unique et original de paysages naturels et culturels, de patrimoine matériel, immatériel et spirituel. Les caractéristiques culturelles des îles et des modes de vie qui sont associés définissent l'identité insulaire de ce territoire. Comment parler aussi des Marquises sans penser à Gauguin, à ses personnages, ses couleurs, son amour pour les îles? Mais la Belgique a aussi un lien personnel à ce nouveau bien du patrimoine mondial, car Jacques Brel, un des plus grands chanteurs belges, a choisi d'y couler ces dernières années et participer avec son avion à faciliter la vie quotidienne de certains villages isolés. Brel a d'ailleurs consacré l'une de ses dernières chansons aux Marquises et à la tendresse qu'il leur portait. L'Alplie est traversière, elle bat de grain en grain, quelques vieux chevaux blancs qui fredonnent Gauguin. Et par manque de brise, le temps s'immobilise aux Marquises. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. It would have been even better had you sung it. I now give the floor to Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. ¿Qué se puede decir después de la intervención de nuestro querido amigo y colega del Líbano y las bellísimas palabras dichas por nuestros vecinos de Bélgica? Este sitio no solamente es un sitio natural, sino que reúne, como bien fue dicho recién, grandes valores de la cultura universal. Queremos sumarnos a todos los argumentos expresados y apoyar firmemente esta inscripción. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. St. Vincent and the Grenadines thanks ICOMOS for its presentation and for the positive evaluation for the inscription of Te Enua Inata, the Marquesas Islands. We thank also Lebanon for the analysis of the site, and we cannot say more than Belgium say very eloquently. Therefore, St. Vincent and the Grenadines supports the amendments presented by Lebanon for the inscription of the Marquesas Island, sister islands. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias. Pues también la delegación mexicana está muy complacida de esta inscripción, sobre todo porque nosotros también tenemos 2 sitios mixtos y sabemos las dificultades y los retos que esto representa, y también porque este es una forma integral. Pues nosotros desde la parte biológica y cultural vemos que se avanza ante la meta 30-30, el ver todo cómo ha pasado el tiempo, cómo se mantiene la presentación que hizo UICN e ICOMOS, pues va a ser también un sitio referente ahora que estamos ante los embates del cambio climático, y va a ser este laboratorio vivo. Así que estamos muy contentos, vamos a estar siguiendo de cerca, pues sobre todo porque se ve desde la integridad de un manejo de cuencas, también de una forma cultural. Gracias y felicidades.
Thank you. Now that the committee members have taken the floor, there are no further questions that are pending. So I will go to the rapporteur. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46Com 8B.8, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tel qu'annoncé par la délégation du Liban, nous avons reçu un amendement du Liban proposant l'ajout du critère 6, soutenu en salle par la Belgique, Saint-Vincent et les Grenadines et le Mexique. J'ai noté également le soutien de l'Argentine à l'inscription, mais je rajoute également l'Argentine à l'ajout du critère 6. Ce qui entraîne un changement du paragraphe 3, puisque lorsque on ajoute un critère et il y a un changement de forme pour la déclaration de valeur universelle, prend note de la déclaration de valeur universelle exceptionnelle provisoire suivante. Et la déclaration figure en langue française, avec dans la déclaration de valeur universelle l'ajout du critère 6 selon l'amendement du Liban. Malgré le choc démographique et l'acculturation au contact européen, et malgré la quasi-disparition des Enata, de nombreux récits, mythes et légendes liés à des paysages réels ou cosmologiques sont encore présents aujourd'hui. Combinés au savoir transmis de génération en génération, ils rendent compte du lien spirituel qui unit les populations marquisiennes à leur environnement. Pour le reste, Monsieur le Président, il s'agit d'erreurs factuelles qui ont été préalablement intégrées au texte. C'est tout concernant le site de Te Enua Inata, les îles Marquises en France. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. We'll go para by para. Are there any objections to para 1? Qatar, you have the floor. You would like to add your name as well?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Oui, je veux ajouter le nom de Qatar aux États membres.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the rapporteur the floor to kindly read out the names of the member states, and as they raise their plates, you may add their names as well.
Monsieur le Président, je vois des pays qui ont levé leur plaque. Je considère donc que je les cite parmi la liste des autres pays qui ont préalablement soutenu. Ce qui donne donc, pour l'amendement du Liban, soutien par, et même co-auteur, Saint-Vincent, Belgique, Mexique, Qatar, Argentine, Vietnam, Bulgarie, Japon, Inde. Je pense que c'est Ukraine. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Are there any objections to para 2, how it appears on the screen? I see none. We go to para 3. Scroll down the entirety of it. Yes, just we can copy paste the names. You can scroll down. Go to para 4. Are there any objections? I didn't see any objections to para 3. And are there any objections to para 2 and its sub-paras? Please scroll down. Para 5, para 6. I don't see any objections to para 4, 5, and 6. Now we go to adopt the entire decision as a whole. Is there any objection in adopting the decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.8 adopted as amended. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate France on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property, and I will speak one sentence in the beautiful French language. Je vous félicite pour votre inscription. France, you have the floor for a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, prenant la parole pour la première fois, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier et féliciter le gouvernement de la République d'Inde et votre présidence pour la remarquable organisation de ce comité. Je remercie également les experts et de l'ICOMOS et de l'UICN pour leur travail exceptionnel. Monsieur le Président, je souhaite exprimer la grande satisfaction, les remerciements et la fierté de la France de voir les îles Marquises inscrites sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO, une fierté d'autant plus grande qu'il s'agit de la très rare inscription d'un bien mixte. La France accordant une très grande importance à l'expression des peuples qui portent et incarnent cette candidature, j'ai maintenant l'honneur de donner la parole au ministre du gouvernement de la Polynésie française, dont les îles Marquises font partie. Je vous remercie.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial, Excellences, chers collègues, Yaurana Kaohanui, au nom de la Polynésie française, Maoinui, dont l'archipel des Marquises fait partie, j'ai l'honneur de m'exprimer afin de soutenir la candidature de Tehenua et Nata, les îles Marquises. Plus qu'un soutien, c'est le rayonnement mondial de la terre des hommes et de notre pays dont il est question. Ces îles sont un trésor inestimable de notre planète, composé de paysages naturels d'une rare magnificence et de traditions culturelles bien vivantes. Il est le témoignage vibrant de l'harmonie ancestrale entre l'homme et la nature. Nous sommes le peuple issu de Temuananui Hiva et notre relation à la mer et à la terre est au cœur de notre identité. Selon la perception océanienne du monde, chaque élément de la nature est sacré et interconnecté. Les esprits de nos ancêtres continuent à nous guider et à protéger notre environnement. Ce bien exceptionnel sera reconnu internationalement et cela renforcera les efforts de protection et de valorisation des communautés locales et territoriales. Nous avons la conviction que cette inscription contribuera à préserver et respecter ce joyau pour l'humanité dans le cadre du plan de gestion où nos frères et sœurs marquisiens joueront un rôle primordial. Leur implication directe et active sera la clé pour assurer la protection et la valorisation de leur patrimoine foncier et culturel, reflet de leur identité et de leur héritage. Je vous remercie tous de votre attention et de votre soutien à cette candidature unique. Maururu, Koutaunui, Vai Einui, merci, gracias a todos, thank you.
I now invite IUCN to present the nomination of the flow country. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Before I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We received a fatal error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the flow country. And this is to be found on page 6 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. IUCN recommends the committee to inscribe the flow country on the World Heritage List under Criterion 9. The nominated property hosts an extensive expanse of blanket bogs in northern Scotland. A blanket bog is an area of peatland in which high rainfall and low evapotranspiration allow peat to develop over large expanses, playing an important role for carbon sequestration. Across 7 component parts, the nominated property totals an area of more than 180,000 hectares. Under Criterion 9, the flow country is considered the most extensive and diverse example of an actively accumulating blanket bog landscape found globally. A diverse mosaic of mire and vegetation types with their associated species assemblages have evolved in large parts undisturbed. The flow country is a type reference for a rare and threatened ecosystem not yet appropriately represented on the World Heritage List. Peatland stores more carbon per surface area than any other carbon sink on land. The nominated property's ongoing ecological processes sequestering carbon on a large scale are therefore of even greater significance in light of climate change. The role of the nominated property as a nature-based solution to climate change is hence very important. IUCN considers that the flow country demonstrates global significance under Criterion 9 due to its large extent, its nearly undisturbed nature, and its biodiversity assembly with specific communities composed of Atlantic, boreal, and Arctic taxa. The nomination is exemplary in articulating the attributes of outstanding universal value. However, while the nominated property supports unique species assemblages, it does not show exceptional global biodiversity in regard to Criterion 10, under which the flow country has also been nominated. Nevertheless, the species assemblages contribute to the integrity under Criterion 9 as indispensable element of the blanket bog's wider ecosystem and ecological processes. The nominated areas therefore meet the condition of integrity. Areas not contributing to the proposed outstanding universal value or vulnerable to development pressures were excluded, resulting in the serial approach. The serial approach has also been informed by comprehensive stakeholder consultation. Regarding the protection and management of the nominated property, IUCN notes that the area of the nominated property parts, nominated component parts, is legally protected through the Scottish planning system and through environmental designations such as special areas of conservation and special protection areas. A management plan has been prepared and the Flow Country Partnership will oversee coordination if the property is inscribed. Monitoring has been in place since the 1970s and can be extended to the entire area. Climate change poses the most significant threat due to the drying out of bogs as a consequence of rising temperatures. And local threats include land use changes, wildfires, and wind farm development. However, existing policies, including the aforementioned, aim to mitigate these threats. IUCN concludes that overall, the nominated property benefits from a robust protection and management system. Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found in document 8B, as shown on the slide, and contains IUCN's recommendation to inscribe the Flow Country on the World Heritage List under Criterion 9. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.8b.5, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le Flow Country, Monsieur le Président.
Can I have the draft decision on screen? Okay. Are there any comments? In adopting this draft decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46.8b.5 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on behalf of the entire community for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. The UK, you have the floor for a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished members of the committee, on behalf of the people of the Flow Country in Scotland and the UK, I am honoured by your decision today to inscribe the Flow Country as a World Heritage Site. I would like to thank the committee, the Secretariat, IUCN, and our gracious hosts for their generous hospitality and welcome to New Delhi. The idea to nominate the Flow Country as a World Heritage Site was first voiced in the 1980s, when conservationists began to recognise the significance of the blanket bog as a pristine and diverse natural habitat which has been looked after carefully by many generations of farmers and crofters. It has since, of course, been recognised also for its huge value as a carbon store and a significant nature-based solution in our global battle against human-induced climate change. The blanket bog stores more than 400 million tonnes of carbon, which is more than double the UK's entire forest carbon store. The decision today is a culmination of many years of work, both from the project team, some of whom have been involved for many years, but also those forward-thinking scientists who saw the immense value of this landscape over 40 years ago. Inscription on the World Heritage List recognises the Flow Country as the best example of a blanket bog ecosystem anywhere in the world. We are particularly proud that this is the first World Heritage Site inscribed purely for its qualities as a peatland ecosystem. For a habitat type which has been historically globally undervalued, the decision by the committee is testament to improved understanding of peatland ecosystems. We hope this inscription will shine a spotlight on the importance of the world's peatlands, many of which are under threat, and in particular their role in the fight against climate change. And finally, I want to thank the communities of the North Highlands for their stewardship of this area. The flow country covers nearly 2,000 square kilometres in one of the most remote parts of the UK, an area facing social, economic and environmental challenges. Inscription of this site will help protect and enhance this 9,000-year-old blanket bog for future generations and provide new and exciting opportunities for our rural communities. We look forward to continuing the work with the international community to protect and promote the values of world heritage in the flow country and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination of Nassau Maranhenses National Park, Brazil. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. IUCN recommends the committee to inscribe Lençóis Maranhenses National Park on the World Heritage List under criteria 7 and 8. Next slide, please. The nominated property is found in northeastern Brazil on the east coast of Maranhão, covering about 156,000 hectares. As shown on the map, the property is surrounded by a buffer zone with an area of 268,000 hectares. About 90,000 hectares within the nominated area are composed of an extensive white coastal dune field with precipitation-fed lagoons. The dune fields, interspersed with temporary and permanent lagoons, create an unparalleled environment of exceptional beauty, which is proposed to be recognized under Criterion 7. The landscape resembles a desert, but holds high volumes of water as rainfall during the first half of the year forms lagoons of various shapes, sizes, and depths. Long winding chains of Barcan dunes stretch up to 75 kilometers and extend over 20 kilometers inland and are complemented by temporary green-blue lakes in the rainy season, coastal broadleaf forests, beaches, tropical rivers, and mangrove ecosystems, resulting in a diverse and breathtaking landscape of striking contrast. Whilst large sand dune systems exist elsewhere, the setting in tropical climatic conditions of a complex dune field with a lacustrine and coastal environment distinguishes the nominated property. Regarding Criterion 8, IUCN notes that the nominated property is shaped by sediments which, under the influence of wind, form a vast expanse of both stable and shifting dunes, recognized as the largest in South America. With no inlet or outlet, the lagoons within the nominated area are solely replenished by rainwater. Expert reviewers highlighted the nominated property as a spectacular quaternary geology site with global significance that support the understanding of the past few millennia of geo-environmental change. Next slide, please. Another slide, please. In terms of protection and management, IUCN notes that the entire nominated property is protected as a national park since 1981, which has a management regime that has seen continued improvement. Further efforts to strengthen the monitoring, enforcement, and governance will be needed to respond to future increase in tourism. IUCN also recommends strengthening the protection and management regime for the marine part of the buffer zone to ensure any potential threats from offshore and from tourism can be effectively addressed in future. Overall, the nominated property benefits from a strong and multi-layered protection regime that goes beyond the nominated property itself and beyond the areas where the main attributes of the proposed OUV are found. The boundaries of the nominated property thus comprise all necessary elements representing the proposed OUV. The inclusion of some non-dune ecosystems enables representation of the interplay between rivers, coasts, mangroves and caatinga forests, which are part of the processes constituting the proposed OUV. IUCN therefore considers that the integrity requirements are met. Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found in document 8B as shown on the slide and contains IUCN's recommendation to inscribe Lençóis Maranhenses National Park on the World Heritage List under natural criteria 7 and 8. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. Let's proceed then. I would now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.6, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement sur le projet de décision pour l'inscription du parc national de Lençóis Maranhenses, Brésil. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.6 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Brazil on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List, and let me congratulate them in their own language. Parabéns pela sua inscrição. Brazil, you have the floor for 4.5 minutes now. For a 4-minute statement, thank you.
Deu 4 minutos e meio.
Já pode falar?
4 minutos e meio para nós.
Ok. Adão? Entendeu? Adão? Tem que ligar. Agora. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for Lençóis Maranhenses, now patrimônio natural da humanidade. Viva o Lençóis Maranhense! Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of Brazil, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the committee members, the IUCN Express of Staff, and the Secretary of 1972 Convention for the invaluable contribution to this moment. The success of the Lençóis Maranhenses nomination is the testament to extraordinary work of the Brazilian Ministry and invaluable staff, supported by the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and Brazil and Maranhão State Government, which I have the honor of leading. This inscription strengthened on her commitment to environmental protection and the sustainable and the development. The Lençóis Maranhenses National Park boasts a unique combination of the sand, dunes, free water, lagoons, social security, and wanted geology and biological diversity. By one use visual splendor, Lençóis Maranhenses is a thriving ecosystem supporting a diverse ranging species, some endemic to the region. Local communities have life and women within this environment for generations. The inscriptions of the Lençóis Maranhenses as UNESCO world-rating sites will have a significant impact on the tourism and the local economy. Sustainably developing, fostering high quality of the life to local the community will be encouraging. The inhabitants have a vital role state of this natural wonder. The inscription of the Lençóis Maranhenses on the UNESCO World Heritage List is in moment step towards preserve this unique landscape. Let us celebrate and work together to protect and cherish Lençóis Maranhenses for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Obrigado. I now invite ICOMOS.
So, can I?
Well, sure.
Okay. At this moment of the great joy for the inscriptions of Lençóis Maranhenses National Park on the World Heritage List, I would like to thank everyone who was involved in this process of preparation this nomination. Federal and local governments, local community, the civil society, local business, and local tourism agents. We have all worked hard for this. The Chico Mendes Institute for Conservation of Biodiversity believes that acknowledgement will further stress conservation value of these sites. As site manager, we know the new possibilities that will be available to us, just as we are to the challenge we will face and the responsibility we will assume. And now, I'm proud to introduce to you the fisherwoman, Raimara Aguiar, that lives in Lençóis Maranhenses National Park. Please, Raimara.
Good afternoon, everyone. My colleague Adele and I are very honored to be here representing the community that live in and around Lençóis Maranhenses National Park. This is eternal place, it's our home. Protecting this site means protecting this territory where you have grown up. Its biodiversity and its amazing landscape. It's also means protect our way of life, our identity. We would like to thank Chris, the National Park Manager, for wonderful jobs she has been doing and for giving South high priority to engagement of the community. You have ours to take care of the Lençóis Maranhenses. Now we will take care of the World Heritage Sites, and we are very proud of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I now invite ICOMOS and IUCN to present the mixed nomination of Melka Kuntur and Balchet Archaeological and Paleontological Site, Ethiopia. ICOMOS and IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN first. The IUCN's evaluation can be found on the pages indicated on the slides. The Melka Kunturi and Balchet Archaeological and Paleontological Site comprises 6 component parts, totaling an area of 55 hectares. The nominated property is situated in the volcanic clastic deposit developed in the slowly subsiding depression where the Paleo Awash river had established its course. A substantial lava dam formed the fluvial basin within which the nominated property is located, favoring deposition in the basin, which thus prevented the archaeological remains from being fully eroded. Besides cultural criteria, the nominated property has been proposed under Natural Criterion 8. Based on careful expert review of the nominated property's geological values, IUCN considers that the geological characteristics of the nominated property are important in supporting the archaeological values nominated under cultural criteria, but do not justify the application of Criterion 8. The area in question is of national importance and not globally significant in terms of geological values. However, IUCN notes that there is a strong case for cultural values, and further information on that will be provided in the presentation by ICOMOS. With respect to the interplay between the geology and the cultural criteria, IUCN reviewers viewed this as the main value of the geological features at the nominated property. The geology formed the basin within which the fauna gathered and provided the means to preserve the lithic and hominin remains. The current gully erosion exposes the remains. In the view of IUCN, these geological values would be able to be addressed in the nominated properties value statement as cultural property. Based on dialogue with the state party during the evaluation process and following release of ICOMOS and IUCN's evaluation, it is IUCN's understanding that the state party is in agreement with that approach. Mr. Chair, further detail regarding the integrity, protection, and management of the nominated property with respect to Criterion 8 can be found in IUCN's evaluation report. However, as the criterion is no longer considered, IUCN concludes its presentation at this point. Accordingly, the draft decision in document 8B is based on ICOMOS recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I pass on to ICOMOS to address the cultural criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, IUCN. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Malka Kunture and Balkit Archaeological and Paleontological Site, Ethiopia. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 266 of the English version and page 291 of the French version. Next slide. Located in the Upper Awash Valley on the Ethiopian highlands at about 2,000 to 2,200 meters above sea level, the nominated serial property is made of 6 component parts selected based on the richness of their material. The 6 component parts, Gombore Garba, Simbiro, Balkit, Kela, Wofi, and Atabala, were selected among 70 archaeological outcrops identified in the area spanning over 80 kilometers squared. The total area of the property, as initially proposed in the nomination, is 55.5 hectares, with buffer zones totaling 9,637.9 hectares. The Malka Kunture sites are located in the gullies and valleys which eroded alluvial sediments from the lower and middle Pleistocene, while the locality of Balkit preserves the obsidian dome flow created as a result of volcanic activity some 3.5 million years ago. The cluster of Pleistocene archaeological and paleontological sites of Malka Kunture and Balkit preserves an exceptionally long cultural sequence consisting of 4 consecutive phases of the Oldowan, Acheulean, Middle Stone Age, and Late Stone Age technocomplexes. The sites testify to the occupation of the area by the hominin groups from 2 million years ago and their adaptation to the challenges and climatic conditions of the high mountain ecosystem. They yielded remains of Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis, and archaic Homo sapiens in different contexts and in association with a rich variety of lithic tools. The component parts contribute to the understanding of human evolution and allow to determine the chronology of cultural horizon of the Pleistocene epoch. The comparative analysis demonstrates the exceptional character of the property as a rare example of a preserved sequence of paleolandscapes that testify to the occupation by hominins of high altitudes and their adaptation to the environment of the high mountain ecosystem, with an exceptionally long sequence of 4 consecutive technological traditions recorded within one area and documented in different archaeological contexts. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 3, 4, and 5. However, ICOMOS considers that the application of a cultural landscape category is not justified, as the included scattered fragments of the paleolandscapes cannot be considered representative of what used to be a cultural landscape. The requirement for authenticity and integrity of the whole nominated series and of the individual component parts have been met. All component parts contribute substantially to the OUV of the property. They suffer from erosion to a small extent, and the intactness of the deposits in some areas is threatened by activities related to sand quarrying. The expansion of settlements and the related development of infrastructure need to be monitored at some of the component parts. The boundaries of component parts Gombore Garbar and Kela have been adjusted in February 2024 to include subsites that had been left in the buffer zone. The updated figures for the areas of the revised boundaries are yet to be provided. The legal tools to ensure the protection and management of the nominated property are in place. A management plan has been developed through a consultative process. However, adequate procedures and practical mechanisms should be put in place to guarantee effective protection and management within the existing legal framework, to strengthen human capacity and to ensure sustainability of funds for the maintenance of the property. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed OUV of the nominated property. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that Malka Kunture and Balkit archaeological and paleontological sites, Ethiopia, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 5, and recommends that the name be changed to Malka Kunture and Balkit archaeological and paleontological sites in the highland area of Ethiopia. This recommendation has been approved by the State Party in its response letter following the official submission of the evaluation text. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. Let's proceed then. Zambia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, ICOMOS, for the job well done and the State Party of Ethiopia. What I wanted to just find out is just a matter of procedure. What would have happened, and this is a question to ICOMOS, what would have happened if the State Party didn't agree with you on the name? Thank you.
ICOMOS, please respond to the question asked by the State Party of Zambia.
Thank you very much for the question, Zambia. If the State Party wouldn't have agreed, I guess it would have to be discussed by the whole committee to find an agreement and have the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.7. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Monsieur le Président, nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le projet de décision pour l'inscription du site archéologique et paléontologique Melka Konture et Balchit, Éthiopie. Merci.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare the draft decision 46-COM 8B.7 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Ethiopia on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property as a mark of respect to the Ethiopian culture. I'll try to speak one line in the Amharic language. En kwan des ilachu bemis gebachu. Thank you. Ethiopia, I hope you understood what I said, and you have the floor for a 4-minute statement.
Thank you, Chair. We've understood the message. Thank you. Excellency, my Minister of Tourism, Her Excellency Nancy Sejale, has sent a message, so I will read it on her behalf. Excellency Mr. Vishal Sharma, President of the 46th session of the World Heritage Committee, Mr. Lazal Enondi Asomo, Director of UNESCO World Heritage Center, distinguished delegates of the committee members, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the State Party of India for hosting the 46th session of World Heritage Committee. I would also like to express our appreciation to the Secretariat and advisory bodies for the meticulous work they have accomplished in evaluating the nomination dossier, and Africa World Heritage Fund for all the support. Ethiopia would like to thank the World Heritage Center and its advisory bodies for inscribing the Melka Konture and Balchit archaeological paleontological sites on the World Heritage List. As clearly stated in the Statement of Outstanding Values, the Melka Konture and Balchit archaeological and paleontological site is located in central Ethiopia, 60 kilometers south of Addis Ababa, along Awash River, where most of human origins paleontological sites in Ethiopia are found. Notably, the Lower Awash paleontological site inscribed on the list in 1980 is one of those. The unique nature of Melka Konture site is related to its Palestocene sequence of records covering the last 2 million years. The earliest technologies represented by the early Stone Age, Middle Stone Age, and later Stone Age human technologies are all well recorded at this site, along the continuous exploitation of techniques of obsidian as raw material for the production of stone tools since 2 million years ago. The site also provided fossil remains of early human ancestors known as Homo erectus, Homo heidelbergensis, and modern humans, associated with various technological stages and innovations. The Melka Konture and Balchit archaeological and paleontological site is testament to the last 2 million years of continuous exploitation of Awash riverine environment, highlighting the site's importance as evidence of human endurance through its evolutionary trajectory. Being the true cradle of humankind and the land of origins, Ethiopia commits itself to the decision made by the committee in preserving and protecting the property. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of the emergence of modern humans, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa, agenda item 46-COM 8B.12. But before that, I give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the emergence of modern humans, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa. And this is to be found on page 40 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
ICOMOS, you have the floor.
This is a presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the emergence of modern humans, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF.8B1 on page 37 of the English version and page 16 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. The nominated property is composed of 3 archaeological sites that provide exceptional evidence of behavioral and paleo-environmental developments in the Middle Stone Age and bear witness to the development of modern human behavior dating back as far as 162,000 years. The evidence includes ochre processing, engravings, beads, decorated eggshells, advanced projectile weapons, heat-treated stone tools, and microliths. The 3 component parts that define the nominated property are disseminated across South Africa. Deep Kloof Rock Shelter and Pinnacle Point Site Complex are located in Western Cape Province, and the Sibudu Cave is located in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The 3 nominated archaeological sites provide excellent scientific evidence for the first appearance of modern human behavior in the Middle Stone Age, and they present the best preserved and probably most complete record known of this important step in human development. They offer some of the most important evidence known for the consistent exploitation of coastal resources during the Middle and Late Pleistocene. They contain early evidence of symbolic thought and advanced technologies. All 3 component parts contain long stratigraphic sequences of human occupation that together cover a time span of about 124,000 years, from 162,000 to 38,000 years ago. The comparative analysis underscores the importance of these archaeological sites as they offer comprehensive evidence of the evolution of modern human behavior during the Middle to Late Pleistocene. These sites reveal not only well-documented interactions of Homo sapiens with a changing environment, but also crucial cognitive advancements and diverse cultural expressions. The nominated property demonstrates criteria 3, 4, and 5. The nominated property is of adequate size to encompass all the attributes necessary to express its outstanding universal value and to ensure the complete representation of the features that convey its significance. Preservation conditions, even for organic materials, at the Sibudu Cave are very good. Favorable dispositional processes have allowed the steady accumulation of archaeologically significant deposits with little or no loss due to natural erosion or human or animal activities. The views from the sites are generally undisturbed. Archaeological excavations have been conducted according to the highest international standards. All remains have been carefully curated and cataloged in national collections, and their significance and the interpretations based upon them have been reported and published in international journals. The stratigraphic sequences and the dating of the different deposits confirm the authenticity of the archaeological context and remains that constitute evidence of modern human behavior. The requirements for authenticity and integrity have been met. While the boundaries of the buffer zone of Deep Kloof Rock Shelter are adequate, the buffer zones of the 2 other component parts have been the subject of discussion and exchanges between ICOMOS and the state party during the evaluation procedure of this nomination. Thanks to this dialogue, the state party agreed to explore the option of extending the buffer zone of Pinnacle Point Site Complex into the ocean. ICOMOS considers that the buffer zone of Sibudu Cave is too narrow to adequately protect the component part from mixed development. ICOMOS will recommend an expansion of the buffer zone to include the 300-meter wide conservation through a minor boundary modification request. The legal protection framework offers adequate protection to the 3 archaeological sites. ICOMOS notes that the 3 component parts remain under private ownership and recommends the urgent establishment of formal heritage agreements with legal owners. The management structure and planning documents are adequate. ECOMOS considers that there is a need to operationalize the management tools and finalize the two updated integrated conservation management plans to ensure the most effective management of the nominated property. Here is a summary of the ECOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. To conclude, ECOMOS recommends that the emergence of modern humans, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa, be inscribed in the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 3, 4, and 5. ECOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property and has requested a name change of the property to the emergence of modern human behavior, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, ECOMOS, for your presentation. I would now like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. I see none. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 Com 8B.12, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le projet d'inscription, le projet de décision pour l'inscription des sites d'occupation du Pléistocène en Afrique du Sud. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. Before we adopt this draft decision as a whole, would any member state like to take the floor? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 Com 8B.12 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate South Africa on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of their property. South Africa, you have the floor. But before you do that, in continuation of our desire to speak native languages, the Secretariat now wants me to speak in Zulu. So please bear with me. These are very ancient languages, and I do that with deep respect for Zulu language in my heart. Negiya kuhalali sela nago kubali sa kwako. Thank you. And South Africa, I hope you could forgive me if I've pronounced anything wrongly, but you have the floor for your 4-minute statement.
Thank you. Members of the World Heritage Committee, Excellencies representing various state parties, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, I greet you on behalf of the people of South Africa. Since it is our first time taking the floor, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate India on hosting a well-organized conference and for your exceptional hospitality. It is with immense pride and profound gratitude that I stand before you today to accept the gracious recognition for the emergence of modern human behavior, the Pleistocene occupation sites of South Africa as a World Heritage Site on behalf of the people of South Africa and the world. This designation includes Deep Kloof Rock Shelter in Elands Bay, Pinnacle Point Site Complex in Mossel Bay, and Sibudu Cave in KwaZulu-Natal, connecting through our eastern border on the Indian Ocean. This momentous occasion marks a significant milestone in our collective journey to preserve and celebrate the origins of modern human behavior and our shared cultural heritage. The inscription of the modern human behavior sites complements the existing World Heritage recognition of South Africa's fossil humanite site and underscores our country's pivotal role in narrating the origin and the story of human origins. This inscription adds the 11th site to South Africa's World Heritage Sites. As we celebrate this prestigious recognition, we also acknowledge the critical role of heritage in fostering national unity and identity. These sites are not only for archaeological treasures, but also symbols of our resilience, creativity, and capacity for innovation. They remind us of the importance of preserving our cultural and natural heritage for future generations. In the words of late South African paleontologist Professor Philip Tobias, who was once asked, "What has South Africa given the world?" His reply was, "There's a simple answer. South Africa gave the world humanity, and this is no small thing." At this juncture, I'd like to hand over to Dr. Tobile Sifungua, the head of Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport in KwaZulu-Natal, where Sibudu Cave is located.
In accepting the honor, we reaffirm our commitment to preserving the cultural and natural heritage of South Africa and the world. We pledge to continue fostering a deeper understanding of our shared history, promoting education and encouraging sustainable economic spin-offs that respect and protect these invaluable sites. The commitment to protecting the sites is a collective effort involving local communities, stakeholders, and authorities. Their dedication is crucial to maintaining the integrity and authenticity of these sites. We recognize their invaluable contributions and pledge to support their efforts through comprehensive management frameworks and national heritage legislation. On behalf of the people of South Africa, we extend our heartfelt thanks to UNESCO, the World Heritage Committee, the African World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Center, and other state parties that have supported us for this distinguished recognition. Together, we will ensure that these sites continue to inspire and educate future generations about the rich tapestry of human history. Siyabonga.
Thank you. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination of the Royal Court of Tiebele, Burkina Faso. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation de l'ICOMOS de la Cour royale de Tiebele, Burkina Faso. Le rapport de l'ICOMOS se trouve dans le document INF 8B1 à la page 15 de la version anglaise et à la page 31 de la version française. La Cour royale de Tiebele est située dans la commune de Tiebele, à 172 km au sud de Ouagadougou, la capitale du Burkina Faso, et à la frontière avec le Ghana. Elle constitue un ensemble architectural remarquable en terre, témoignant de l'organisation sociale et des valeurs culturelles du peuple Kassena, répartis entre le nord du Ghana et le sud du Burkina Faso. La cour royale de Tiebele s'étend sur environ 1,84 hectares. Elle est clôturée par un mur d'enceinte défensif et est composée d'îlots ou concessions, de placettes et de passages. Elle est répartie spatialement et socialement en 5 domaines, organisés chacun autour des maisons mères en forme de 8, complétées par les maisons des jeunes mariés de forme quadrangulaire, celles des adolescents et hommes célibataires de forme circulaire, et les greniers, silos et poulaillers de forme conique. Plusieurs éléments symboliques sont situés à proximité de l'enceinte de la cour. Installée depuis le XVIe siècle au pied de la colline Tchébili, la cour se distingue par son architecture spécifique en terre, organisée sous forme de concessions, réparties selon le statut des habitants. Elle regroupe les maisons mères ou dignans, réservées aux personnes âgées, aux veuves, aux femmes célibataires et aux enfants, les maisons des jeunes mariés ou mangolos, et les maisons des adolescents et hommes célibataires ou draps. À ces habitations s'ajoutent des éléments sacrés symboliques qui témoignent de la préservation des pratiques traditionnelles de la culture Kassena. Le pourou, butte sacré où est enterré le placenta des nouveau-nés de la famille royale, le figuier rouge marquant l'entrée de la cour et sous lequel sont disposés les dallas, pierres sacrées représentant les sièges des princes et notables, le nabari, tombe du fondateur de la famille royale, le Nankongo qui fait office de tribunal et de lieu de palabre, et le Bonalais, cimetière de la cour royale. La cour est également le réceptacle de pratiques et de savoir-faire qui en font un site évolutif et vivant, à l'exemple des décorations murales réservées aux femmes de la cour ou des pratiques rituelles associées au culte des ancêtres et aux rites funéraires. le P, chef coutumier, et le garant de l'ordre social et spirituel. L'analyse comparative démontre la singularité et la spécificité de la cour royale de Tiébélé à l'échelle de l'espace géoculturel africain en tant que site vivant, et la particularité des formes architecturales et du style décoratif qui le caractérise, mais aurait pu être renforcée en prenant en compte la technique de construction, la répartition spatiale, sociale et fonctionnelle, et le rôle des hommes et des femmes dans la construction. Le bien est proposé pour inscription sur la base des critères 4, 5 et 6. L'ICOMOS considère cependant qu'aucun de ces 3 critères n'est démontré, mais que le bien répond au critère 3, au regard de sa capacité à représenter de manière remarquable la culture Kassena, à travers l'architecture, les décorations murales et les aspects sociaux, anthropologiques et politiques qui lui sont associés. Les conditions concernant l'intégrité et l'authenticité sont remplies, mais demeurent menacées par un défaut d'entretien des bâtiments, pouvant parfois les mener à l'état de ruine. L'évolution des techniques de construction, avec notamment l'emploi de l'adobe et l'utilisation de nouveaux matériaux tels que le ciment, la tôle ondulée et les fenêtres métalliques, le goudron ou d'autres produits chimiques, constituent également des menaces. L'évolution des motifs illustrant les murs est à contrôler, de façon à permettre la création de nouveaux motifs tout en assurant la préservation des anciens. Les limites du bien proposé pour inscription comprennent l'ensemble des attributs de la cour royale, tandis que celles de la zone tampon correspondent aux limites précoloniales de la cour. Le système de protection et de gestion de la cour royale de Tiébélé est satisfaisant, mais doit être renforcé à travers l'intégration des projets d'aménagement et de développement en cours ou futurs et leurs éventuels impacts, le recours à des évaluations d'impact sur le patrimoine, l'inclusion de la gestion des risques et le suivi de la mise en œuvre du plan de conservation. Il est urgent de finaliser le processus de nomination du gestionnaire du site. Voici un résumé de l'évaluation de l'ICOMOS de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle proposée pour le bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la Cour royale de Tiébélé, Burkina Faso, soit inscrite sur la liste du patrimoine mondial sur la base du critère 3 et a inclus un certain nombre de recommandations supplémentaires dans le projet de décision pour soutenir la conservation à long terme du bien. Merci de votre attention.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination at this point, or I will also open the floor when I go and ask the rapporteur if there are any amendments. Lebanon, you want to intervene at this point? You have the floor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. L'État partie avait proposé le bien pour inscription sur la base des critères 4, 5 et 6. L'ICOMOS n'a retenu aucun de ces 3 critères proposés par l'État partie, mais a proposé le critère 3. Cela nous a paru quelque peu bizarre et nous a poussé à étudier le dossier en profondeur. Nous avons alors estimé que tous les éléments présentés dans le dossier justifiaient le critère 6. La Cour royale de Tiébélé est un haut lieu de pratiques vivantes et de rites religieux ancestraux liés à la culture du peuple Kassena. Les attributs matériels du bien, comme la butte sacrée, le figuier rouge, la case du tribunal ou l'autel ancestral, sont le support de ces pratiques. Et les décorations murales sont riches en significations qui reflètent les mythes et les croyances traditionnelles du peuple Kassena. Après avoir présenté notre amendement proposant d'ajouter le critère 6, l'État partie nous a informé qu'il ne souhaitait plus que le bien soit inscrit sur la base de ce critère 6 et que la proposition de l'ICOMOS de ne retenir uniquement que le critère 3 leur convenait parfaitement. Monsieur le Président, nous n'allons pas être plus royalistes que le roi. Puisque l'État partie et l'ICOMOS sont d'accord, nous retirons notre projet d'amendement d'ajouter le critère 6. Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to Belgium.
Monsieur le Président, la Belgique a examiné avec une grande satisfaction la proposition d'inscription de la Cour royale de Tiébélé, que la Belgique connaît très bien par ailleurs. En effet, depuis plus de 10 ans, la Belgique entretient des liens étroits avec le bien. Grâce à ce soutien, se sont déroulés des échanges mutuels d'acteurs du patrimoine, d'experts et d'artisans des deux pays pendant plusieurs années. Pour cela, ce dossier est au cœur des préoccupations de la Convention et est un signe d'espoir en faveur d'une liste du patrimoine mondial plus crédible, plus représentative de la diversité et de la richesse des cultures du monde, mais également du renforcement des capacités. La décision que nous nous apprêtons à prendre est également une reconnaissance d'une organisation sociétale et d'un mode de gestion traditionnel et efficace. Ce bien représente la valorisation des savoir-faire traditionnels, mais vivants. Le développement de cette architecture et sa décoration a été conditionné par le développement des connaissances et des pratiques des communautés locales, concernant la nature, l'univers et les pratiques sociales, rites et fêtes régies par celles-ci. Marqueur culturel de la région, la cour royale de Thiébélé témoigne de la transmission des savoir-faire, la répartition sociale des tâches entre la construction et la décoration des habitats, mais également des croyances, des légendes et des mythes transmis à travers les motifs décoratifs qu'on voit à l'écran et qui confirment la forte symbolique architecturale portée par les communautés locales. Dès lors, la Belgique souhaitait porter l'ajout du critère 6 à la décision, tel que proposé dans l'amendement porté par le Liban. Comme le Liban l'a indiqué, la Belgique respecte aussi la position de l'État partie du Burkina Faso et ne suivra pas le critère 6. La Belgique donc remercie l'État partie d'avoir proposé ce dossier à l'inscription et soutient ce magnifique bien. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Senegal, followed by Zambia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je n'ai pas eu l'occasion de le faire depuis le début. Je dois féliciter l'Inde pour l'accueil et la parfaite organisation de cette rencontre. Féliciter aussi Monsieur le Président. Je n'ai jamais vu un président aussi joyeux et aussi bien inspiré, ce qui fait que nous avons un comité sans stress. Je n'ai jamais vu un comité du patrimoine mondial aussi calme. Je pense que nous le doyons au président, nous le doyons aussi et nous le devons aussi au comité du patrimoine mondial, à son président qui a anticipé sur beaucoup de questions. Donc on vous remercie. On remercie le comité. Je pense aussi que c'est un comité extrêmement convivial. Les observateurs, les États partis et aussi tout le personnel autour de nous qui est en train de faire un travail remarquable. Pour en revenir à la Cour royale, je pense que l'ICOMOS a joué un rôle extrêmement important. Les critères qui avaient été retenus par l'État parti au début s'avèrent avec le temps manquer de prudence, parce que le fait que le site soit vivant et que les traditions peuvent évoluer induisait un recul par rapport aux critères précédents. Je comprends et je salue aussi l'attitude de nos collègues du Liban, qui ont fait une proposition argumentée, mais qui, à la rencontre de l'État parti, ont compris qu'on ne pouvait pas être plus royaliste que le roi. Donc, on est très, très heureux de l'issue de cette proposition et le fait qu'on puisse l'accepter conformément aux travaux et aux suggestions de l'ICOM et au choix de l'État parti. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal, for your kind words of appreciation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zambia, followed by Rwanda.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to join the State Party of Senegal in appreciating your chairmanship the first time I learned that you are going to be the president or the chair of this committee, I remembered the Saudi 40 minutes discussion, and I was saying, are we going to have a good one in India? But the opposite of you has been seen today. Mr. Chairman, I want to take this special occasion to just appreciate the role played by ICOMOS. I'm saying so because I'm thrilled to see a young lady in the name of Alisa, sorry to mention your name, sit in front there and representing the youthful Africa. For me, this is something which is very commendable, and would want to just appreciate ICOMOS as well as the works that they have done on this special file. So for this, I don't want to bore you with a lot of words, but just to appreciate what ICOMOS is doing in terms of promoting the young generation, but at the same time being gender-oriented. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zambia. Thank you, Kagosi, for your kind words. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Rwanda s'associe aux voix de nos prédécesseurs et félicite le Burkina Faso, de même que l'ICOMOS, pour l'analyse judicieuse de ces dossiers. Le Rwanda soutient la proposition émise par l'ICOMOS d'inscrire la Cour royale de Tebele sur la liste du patrimoine mondial sous les critères proposés, qui est le critère 3. 6 plutôt. Merci.
Thank you. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Group 5A, we are very excited to convey our congratulations to Burkina Faso for the well-deserved listing on the prestigious World Heritage List. This contributes significantly because this is a practical way of bridging the gap that we've been speaking about for the last few years. We congratulate you, we celebrate you, and to ICOMOS, kudos for providing very specific and excellent guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I see that there are no more comments, no questions directed. Rwanda, you want to take the floor again? You have
Merci. C'est peut-être pour un lapsus linguique. La proposition émise, c'est d'inscrire les sites sous les critères 3 comme proposé par nos prédécesseurs. Merci.
Yes. I see that there are no more questions and comments. So, other than appreciation for the ICOMOS representative from the distinguished representative of Zambia, you want to take the floor to thank ICOMOS? Alicia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Zambia. Thank you.
I now invite another son of Africa who cannot stop himself, so I'll give him the floor as well.
Non, merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était juste pour peut-être réagir suite effectivement à cette situation liée autour de l'ajout du critère 6 et, ou pas. Et dire simplement que effectivement, c'est un site sur lequel j'ai beaucoup travaillé personnellement dans les années passées. C'est un site vivant et je pense que dans le projet de décision que vous allez examiner, l'ICOMOS a fait un ensemble de recommandations et qui, de toute façon, vont amener l'État partie et toutes les autorités en charge de la gestion de la conservation de ce site de continuer à promouvoir et mettre en place les systèmes de gestion traditionnels qui vont permettre la préservation des motifs, le contrôle de l'apparition des nouveaux motifs, la responsabilisation de toutes les parties prenantes qui, tous les jours, continuent d'assurer la conservation, la gestion et la préservation de ces sites. Et cet ensemble de recommandations est effectivement très important et nous allons travailler, bien sûr, avec les autorités pour ce faire. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46COM 8B.9. But before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous avions reçu un amendement qui a été retiré à l'instant par la délégation du Liban, tel qu'annoncé. Monsieur le Président, nous n'avons plus d'amendement concernant l'inscription, le projet de décision pour l'inscription de la Cour royale de Tiébélé, Burkina Faso. Merci.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare the draft decision 46COM 8B.9 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Burkina Faso on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Je vous félicite pour votre inscription. Burkina Faso, you have the floor for a 4-minute statement. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, distingués membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom du peuple burkinabé, je voudrais exprimer ma plus profonde gratitude à la République de l'Aisne qui nous fait l'honneur d'accueillir cette 46e session du Comité du patrimoine mondial. J'exprime toute ma reconnaissance aux membres du comité et aux organisations consultatives pour avoir consacré la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de la Cour royale de Tiébélé. Par cette décision du comité, la communauté internationale reconnaît ainsi au Burkina Faso d'être l'un des dépositaires de la conscience de l'humanité, pour emprunter les mots aimables à son Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre de l'Aisne, dans sa déclaration d'ouverture de la présente session. Ce jour 26 juillet 2024 est historique pour le Burkina Faso et son peuple. C'est le couronnement d'efforts continus et d'actions concrètes et cohérentes qui permettent au pays des hommes intègres de savourer l'inscription de son 4e bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. En effet, Monsieur le Président, la Cour royale de Tiébélé est devenue, par cette consécration, un témoignage universel commun que nous engageons à conserver et à valoriser dans l'intérêt de l'humanité toute entière. En dépit de ce qui se dit sur les pays du Sahel en général, Monsieur le Président, le peuple burkinabé vient de recevoir encore ici un témoignage de sa résilience, une résilience qu'il a su bâtir depuis les temps immémoriaux et sur laquelle d'ailleurs le gouvernement du Burkina Faso entend consolider sa souveraineté culturelle et nationale de façon décomplexée. L'inscription de la Cour royale de Tiébélé est un marqueur de l'engagement de notre pays dans un esprit de coopération fructueuse aux côtés des autres nations du monde dans la mise en œuvre de la Convention de 1972 par des actions concrètes et tangibles. Je vous fais la promesse, Monsieur le Président, que le Burkina Faso veillera à la préservation de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de la Cour royale de Tiébélé, tout en la gardant ouverte et accessible à tout le monde entier, car elle est désormais notre bien commun. Monsieur le Président, distingués invités et distingués délégués de la 46e session, j'ai hâte de vous accueillir tous à Tiébélé les prochains jours et les prochaines semaines et les prochains mois pour apprécier par vous-même les attributs exceptionnels de ce merveilleux site. Et pour terminer, Monsieur le Président, je ne saurais passer sous silence le gigantesque et remarquable travail abattu au quotidien par l'UNESCO à travers le Centre du patrimoine mondial et le Fonds du patrimoine mondial africain. Qu'il me soit permis d'exprimer la reconnaissance du peuple burkinabé à notre organisation commune. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you. I now invite ECOMOS to present the nomination of the colonial Trans-Isthmian route of Panama Panama. But before I give the floor to I give the floor to the Secretariat, Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you, Chairperson. We received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of the nomination of the colonial Transismian route of Panama, and this is to be found on page 32 of both the English and French version of document INF 8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the colonial Transismian route, Panama. The ICOMOS report can be found in document INF 8B1 on page 251 of the English version and page 54 of the French version. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some of these errors. From the 16th century, the Isthmus of Panama became a global strategic geopolitical asset, facilitating the transportation of goods and people between the Iberian Peninsula and the colonies of the Kingdom of Spain. This nominated serial property is testimony to the crossing of the Isthmus of Panama, linking fortified settlements, historic towns, archaeological sites, and parts of the roads that were used to connect the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean until the mid-18th century. This is the first of a two-phase nomination which proposes a renomination of the World Heritage Property of the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and Historic District of Panama by adding 3 sections of Camino de Cruces and the Castle of San Lorenzo to the already inscribed component parts. The Castle of San Lorenzo is also part of an already inscribed World Heritage Property, the fortifications of the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobello and San Lorenzo. In 2019, this nomination was deferred by the World Heritage Committee. The nomination has responded to requests from the World Heritage Committee and advice from ICOMOS proposing a significant modification to the rationale for inscription, boundaries, criteria and name of the already inscribed property. This followed several years of World Heritage Committee decisions, a high-level reactive monitoring mission, and an ICOMOS advisory process focused on serious concerns about the state of conservation of the historic district of Panama. The deferral in 2019 proposed that the nomination should include access to and from the Caribbean Sea and more research on the connections of the Transismian route and surviving tangible evidence. The State Party has responded positively to these issues, and improvements have been made to the state of conservation of the Castle of San Lorenzo, enabling a terminal point on the Caribbean to be included in the first phase. Shown here are the Camino Real on the eastern side of the isthmus and the Camino de Cruces further to the west. These are the 2 stages of this nomination. The Camino Real went overland, and the Camino de Cruces had both land and water sections. These were used in different seasonal conditions and for different types of cargo. Both sections are to be nominated, but this nomination concerns only Phase 1, the Camino de Cruces. The red pegs on the right show the locations of the 6 component parts. Phase 2 of the nomination strategy will, in future, add the Camino Real and the Caribbean terminus at Portobello, which are shown by the blue pegs. There are 6 component parts, starting from the cliff-top fortification at San Lorenzo on the Caribbean Sea. The route terminates on the Pacific coastline at the historic district of Panama and the archaeological site of Panama Viejo. 3 component parts define the route: a fluvial section, a longer terrestrial section located within forested national parks, and a short final section that reaches the semi-urban outskirts of Panama City. The colonial trans-Isthmian route of Panama played an important role in the development of interoceanic trade from the 16th to 18th centuries, when the Kingdom of Spain established political and religious dominion in Spanish colonies in the Americas, the Philippines, and Africa. Due to its location between Pacific and Atlantic Oceans, the Isthmus of Panama became a central node in this global transportation system, and the route was a conduit for the exchange of goods and people. The comparative analysis established the basis for the route to be included in the World Heritage List. The justification for inscription is structured around the route as a central node of an interoceanic axis, the global pattern of trade and colonial domination, and the specific operation of the system of transportation. The property is proposed on the basis of criteria 2, 4, and 6. ICOMOS considers that criterion 2 and 4 are demonstrated, but that criterion 6 has not been demonstrated. Issues of integrity and authenticity differ between the component parts due to their physical contexts. Although discontinuities to the route have occurred over time, the authenticity and integrity of the Camino de Cruces components are generally good. There have been substantial concerns about the integrity of the urban components in the past due to the deterioration and loss of historic buildings and large-scale development and infrastructure projects. ICOMOS considers that the conditions of integrity of the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and the historic district of Panama are improving but remain vulnerable. Overall, the state of conservation is fair but variable. The most serious factors are development pressures on the urban components. The protection of the nominated serial property needs further improvement to designate the Camino de Cruces and Camino Real as cultural heritage, and to protect the nominated serial property as a single entity. ICOMOS recommends that the state party should continue the survey, research, and documentation work so that the second phase of the nomination can be submitted. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. ICOMOS considers the criteria 2 and 4 have been met. The property is an outstanding example of a route establishing transcontinental flows of culture, resources, and colonial power during a crucial stage in the history of the Americas. However, criterion 6 has not been demonstrated. The integrity of the nominated serial property is vulnerable, as already explained. Here is the summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the conservation, protection, and management of the nominated property. Despite commendable improvements, several issues that were requested by the World Heritage Committee's previous decisions require further work. The archaeological site of Panama Viejo and the historic district of Panama remain vulnerable to development pressures. A formal heritage impact assessment mechanism is considered essential to ensure that the potential impacts of development on the potential outstanding universal value are thoroughly considered. Designation of Camino de Cruces and Camino Real as cultural heritage should be completed, and the protection of the serial property as a single entity is needed, as already explained. The management system needs to be put into operation. Additional elements such as a tourism and interpretation strategy are needed, and mechanisms for the participation of local communities and Indigenous peoples need to be reinforced. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the colonial Transisthmian route, Panama, be referred back to the state party for the following main reasons shown on the slide: to legally protect the whole heritage route as one entity, to legally protect the sections of Camino de Cruces and Camino Real as cultural heritage, to legally adopt and implement the Heritage Impact Assessment Mechanism, and to complete and implement a tourism and interpretation strategy for the nominated serial property as a whole. ICOMOS has included a number of recommendations in the draft decision. Yes, thank you. I'll start again. We have included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property, as shown on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to take the floor so often, but there are some technical issues. This nomination dossier seems very complex. It's the first phase of a two-phases serial nomination. The first phase includes property 790 bis, namely the archaeological site of Panama Viejo and the historic city of Panama. And it includes also one component of the property C-135, fortification on the Caribbean side of Panama, namely the castle of San Lorenzo. Since 2008, the committee expressed deep concern on the state of conservation on property 790 bis, namely Panama Viejo and the historic city of Panama. Several decisions were adopted to consider the possibility of inscribing the property on the list in danger, and since 2013, the committee requested to submit a significant boundary modification to avoid the deletion of the property from the list. On the other hand, the fortification of the Caribbean side of Panama, property C-135, are inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger since 2012. We have three questions to ICOMOS. What would happen with property 790 bis, namely Panama Viejo and the historic city of Panama, once the colonial trans-Isthmian route is inscribed? Number two, what is the rationale to include in a new nomination property that have problems of integrity or are inscribed on the World Heritage List in danger? And the third question is, at its 43rd section in Baku, the World Heritage Committee adopted the decision 43-8B40 to defer the examination of this nomination and requested from the state party several issues, including the preparation of a risk preparedness strategy for the heritage route, acknowledging the different risks to the various components. What happens with this recommendation that does not appear anymore in the draft decision, while it may be essential given the difficult conditions of integrity and authenticity of several components? These are three questions to ICOMOS. Thank you.
I thank you, Excellency, and please don't apologize to take the floor. It's always a pleasure to hear you. You're always so well prepared and precise in your questions, and you remind me of my colleague from the ASI, Mr. Janvit Sharma, who's also so precise. Thank you. I now give the floor to ICOMOS to answer those questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the distinguished delegate of Lebanon. I will try my best to answer these very pertinent questions about this nomination. They are also challenges for our work since we have begun evaluating this nomination. To answer the first question, you asked what will happen to the currently inscribed property of Panama Viejo and the Historic Center of Panama should this property be inscribed. My understanding is that that inscribed property will be absorbed into this one. So this is essentially a major renomination of that property. So we will no longer have that as a standalone World Heritage property the way it is at the moment within the World Heritage List. The second question was about the consequences for including the Castle of San Lorenzo into this first stage of the two-stage nomination strategy, given that it is currently part of a two-component serial property which was retained on the list of World Heritage in Danger several days ago by this committee under item 7A. We, of course, watched your discussions of that matter with great interest. My understanding is that that property will remain on the list of World Heritage in Danger according to the decision that was taken. However, the Castle of San Lorenzo will have a second World Heritage inscription which will be attached to this route. We therefore looked with great care at the current state of conservation of the Castle of San Lorenzo and noted, as I'm sure all of you did earlier this week, that the State Party has undertaken significant improvements to the state of conservation of the Castle of San Lorenzo. So its inclusion in this first stage of the nomination strategy is considered to be possible, both technically and in terms of the overall impact on the nomination of the route to the World Heritage List. ICOMOS had in 2019 been very insistent that in order for the route to be represented in the first stage, it had to touch both coastlines because it was the ability to show the crossing of the isthmus which was at the heart of the revised nomination strategy. Therefore, the provision of the Castle of San Lorenzo as part of this first stage of the revised nomination strategy was a direct response to that recommendation which had been adopted when the committee deferred the nomination in 2019 in Baku. I guess you're also suggesting that there are vulnerabilities to the integrity of this new nominated route because of the existing issues that have been in place for both properties on both sides of the Isthmus of Panama. This is discussed in some detail in our evaluation report. In terms of the recommendations that were made in 2019, these obviously informed the continuing work on this nomination by the State Party and were taken into account in the current evaluation. I think we have covered them all, but perhaps you can direct our attention to any that you think are not. Certainly, the recommendations that now appear in our evaluation report for this property are the matters that we consider to be the most serious outstanding issues for this stage one of the route. And we also, I think, would be very much hoping that the State Party can continue its conservation work at Portobello and continue its documentation and research on the second stage of the route so that it can also come forward as early as practicable from their position. I think I've done my best to answer the questions of from the committee member chair, so I will finish there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further queries or questions? India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. What we heard from the ICOMOS, am I correct in understanding when you were responding to the first question, and you said that there was a particular, portion of this nomination which was already a World Heritage property, but now that we have another one that we're examining in which the previous one also is one of the components. So in case this nomination goes on to the World Heritage list, then the previous property is subsumed into this, which means that no longer remains a World Heritage property in its isolation, and only this one will be considered. Am I correct in my understanding?
ICOMOS, Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiéramos hacer una precisión en este sentido y con el permiso del Estado parte porque ha tomado una decisión. Es una candidatura que me ha sido muy cercana porque hemos sido parte de el grupo que desde un principio empezó a hablar con las autoridades de Panamá en cuanto a la construcción de esta postulación. Dos distinguidas, además, personalidades del ICOMOS fueron las que han estado también asesorando plenamente a esta candidatura. Quiero dejar en claro, porque hay duda en ello, y el caso mexicano ejemplifica perfectamente esto, señor delegado de Líbano. En 2010 México inscribió al Camino Real de Tierra Adentro, asimilando a 5 sitios, 5 centros históricos ya inscritos en la lista del Patrimonio Mundial. No perdieron su categoría como sitios individuales, pero entraron dentro, porque era necesario así, dentro del discurso histórico para justificar el trayecto del Camino Real de Tierra Adentro. Es el mismo caso con esta candidatura de Panamá, así es de que son sitios que no serán asimilados, pero que forman parte de indiscutiblemente de ese discurso. Hay un trabajo detallado que ha hecho Panamá, han atendido plenamente las recomendaciones del ICOMOS, creo que coincidiremos con eso, con el ICOMOS internacional, y sin embargo hay otras circunstancias actuales que harán que este sitio siga ese trayecto atendiendo las nuevas recomendaciones, pese a que algunas de ellas ya estaban en vías de ser solventadas, sobre todo la duda de la conservación de Portobelo. Es mi comentario. Gracias.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to ICOMOS to respond. 1 second. Argentina, you have the floor, please.
Gracias, señor presidente. En este caso se trata de un Estado parte que pertenece a nuestra región y han tomado una decisión que queremos que sea valorada en su justa medida y que luego de la decisión que se adopte, no importa cuál sea, sabemos que le van a dar la palabra a la delegación para que exprese el compromiso absoluto que tiene con esta convención y la seriedad con la que en nuestra región tomamos a este comité. Lo que está haciendo Panamá con esta inscripción, con esta propuesta, es un ejemplo. En esta reunión, en esta sesión del comité hemos tenido muchos ejemplos y esperamos seguir teniéndolos. En este caso en particular, la seriedad y el compromiso van a ser manifestados por la delegación en el momento en que se tome la decisión, que nosotros vamos a acompañar el consenso para que esto sirva, como dije, de ejemplo de cómo se debe trabajar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. India, are you satisfied with that response, and Mexico as well?
Mr. Chair, can I also have ICOMOS's view on this?
Yeah, I had given the floor to ICOMOS. My request is please respond to the query so that the chair doesn't have to ask it again. You have the floor once again.
Thank you. I'll attempt to do that, Chair. Thank you. Our understanding is, and this is, as many of you have said, a case that goes back some years. In 2013, the high-level reactive monitoring mission suggested this as one of 3 possible options for resolving the difficulties that had been identified by the World Heritage Committee in the years before. This is the option that the State Party chose to pursue and has been pursuing since 2013. And the 2019 decision that you took in Baku Baku, or the World Heritage Committee took in Baku, was also based on this strategy. So it is essentially a renomination of the existing World Heritage property of Panama Viejo and the Historic Center of Panama. It creates a different basis for outstanding universal value, but uses those two components to create this route that crosses the isthmus. The property on the other side, on the Caribbean side, Portobello and San Lorenzo, will not be absorbed into this property in the same way. So many of you have mentioned, for example, the example from Mexico, where you ended up with some sites having more than one World Heritage designation. This has happened many times. It's happened with the spa towns of Europe. It's happened with KOTOR in Europe. Many more and more sites now have more than one designation on the World Heritage List, but for different reasons, for a different statement of outstanding universal value. So I hope that's clear. It is confusing. We have worked with this for a long time and worked closely with the State Party to elaborate and implement the option that was proposed in the high-level reactive monitoring mission and has been supported in subsequent decisions taken by the World Heritage Committee. And beyond that, we take care to evaluate every nomination on its merits, and that is what we have done in this case. So I hope that that's clear. I do acknowledge that it's a very complex case that has many background steps which make it hard to fully appreciate as we bring the case to you today, and we are here at your disposal if needed any further.
Thank you. I see that there are no more questions or comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46 COM 8B.29, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant le projet de décision pour l'inscription de la route transismique coloniale du Panama. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46 COM 8B.29 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Panama on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property. Panama, you have raised your plate, but I was going to give you 4 minutes as it is. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La delegación de Panamá agradece el apoyo del comité y de los órganos asesores en la evaluación de la nominación de la ruta colonial transísmica de Panamá. Al aceptar la decisión de este honorable comité, recordamos que ya llevamos 10 años en este proceso y como reza un viejo refrán, quien espera lo mucho, espera lo poco. En aras de lograr una gobernanza coherente con el valor universal excepcional de la propiedad, nos interesa aprovechar la oportunidad que nos da este proceso de referimiento o devolución para reforzar el expediente. Nos comprometemos, como dijimos en nuestra intervención hace un par de días en la evaluación de los sitios que están en la lista de patrimonio en peligro, nos comprometemos a cumplir con las recomendaciones emitidas y avanzar de acuerdo a lo indicado, siguiendo las directrices prácticas y la normativa nacional vigente, a fin de retornar el expediente para su aprobación, esperamos, en la próxima sesión de este honorable Comité del Patrimonio Mundial. Queremos decir que no estamos del todo de acuerdo con la apreciación de ICOMOS sobre el criterio 6. Sin embargo, trabajaremos en conjunto con el órgano asesor y con el Comité del Patrimonio Mundial para hacer lo posible y mejorar, subsanar y generar un expediente que cumpla las expectativas, como bien ha señalado el delegado de Argentina. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would now give the floor to Mr. Lazar to make some announcements, and then I will be adjourning the meeting. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor. Lebanon? No. Yes, Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Oui, pardon.
Lebanon, the practice is we have given the floor to the state party, but you are a committee member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Je voudrais simplement d'abord féliciter l'État du Panama pour avoir accepté la recommandation de l'ICOMOS de référer le dossier à l'État partie. On a de moins en moins des exemples où les États acceptent cette situation-là. De plus en plus, lorsqu'il y a des recommandations de référé, les États font le forcing pour avoir l'inscription. Je voudrais donc souligner réellement le professionnalisme de la délégation du Panama qui a accepté la solution de référé, parce que réellement, ça va permettre de faire évoluer la nomination et d'avoir une nomination extrêmement en très bon état et qui permettra de pouvoir conserver le bien à l'avenir sans problème. Merci.
Tomorrow.
I give the floor to the director of the WHC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to, since everyone is here in the room, because as you have seen, the order of the presentation has been, we have been trying to adapt it constantly, and I really would like to thank all the state parties who have been really flexible, given that we are advancing well. So just for your information, then we will update on the website the table of presentation for tomorrow. But I just want to inform the room that tomorrow we will start when we resume here with Japan, followed by China, Beijing Central Axis. Japan will be Sado Island Gold Mines, and then we'll have Thailand, Phufrabat Historical Park, and we'll have also the site of the Russian Federation, the Testament of Kenozero Lake, and we'll also have a site from Kenya, the historic town and archaeological sites of Gedi, and a site from South Africa, human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. So this is for tomorrow morning. As we will go, we will continue to informing you. So we will update the remaining program on our website immediately after this session. I also would like to inform you of the two side events to take place this evening. The first side event is organized by the Archaeological Survey of India, entitled Culture Follows Commerce, Historical Interactions Across the Eastern Indian Ocean. And it will be in a room MR19 starting from 6 p.m. And the second side event is co-organized by IUCN, ICOMOS, and UNESCO, and is entitled Enhancing World Heritage, Exploring the Potential of Preliminary Assessment Process for World Heritage Nominations. And this side event will also start at 6 p.m. in room MR17. It's the advisory body's space. And I also would like just to say in any way that, and I'll give it to the chair, but I think I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lazar. And with this, we're going to come to the end of today's session, but let me remind that the Bureau meeting will happen tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. So once you have your wonderful breakfast, it's my face you're going to see the first. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. This session is adjourned.